what are we, 3 hours? 3 hours late? I'm gonna do everything I can to stay 3 hours later for y'all. My bad, y'all. Oh man. We got all of the weirdos out tonight. We got them all active. We got them all active. My bad, y'all. I was doing laundry. I was doing paperwork. You combine laundry and paperwork, and all of a sudden I'm like, psh, you know what I'm saying? But we still got a good one today. Got something that I've been needing to work on. And the more I continue to do this PREVIZ stuff, the more I'm surprised with some of the more interesting aspects of things that I need to learn and study. But we're gonna get into it right now. We're going to, you know what I'm saying, respond to that notification while I blast this out to the world. Get more of y'all in here. Just enjoy the lovely sounds of, I don't know, what is that, a guitar? Is that a guitar? Enjoy yourself some guitar. Let me double check. Make sure we're live. time for the professionals. Look at me. Look at me. I post on LinkedIn. One of the LinkedIn people are going to start getting into the chat and be like, hey, I came in here from LinkedIn. Inviting me to go to their spaces. I'm over here inviting all of them. Come on, professionals. One time for the professionals. LinkedIn, let's link up. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I take your invitation. You gotta take mine. You gotta take mine. Oh yeah, that's what I need to do. I always forget about the stories. I always forget about the Twitch stories. This is all new to me, y'all. You know what I'm saying? You gotta love me. go. And here we go. Oh man, I don't even have any references to pull up today, man. And boom, we are live. I want to welcome y'all to another episode of the Andrew Gloszewski Experience. This is going to be episode 695. Dire Dogs, PREVIZ art. What are we doing? I'm drawing some pre-visual art. What does that mean? I'm working on make my own OVAs that are like the greatest thing ever, but I gotta do a whole lot before that. And I'm working on a comic book manga-esque type thing going on right now. I've been doing a whole lot of concept art. The PREVIZ is the art between the concept art and the comic art. You see what I'm saying? PREVIZ, pre-visualization, all that good stuff. It's not floating in midair in the lotus position. It's actual work that I do here. So what are we working on? Check this out. So I already did all this, right? Like I've already gone ahead and like laid out a ton of pages for y'all, and these are just like page layouts that also serve as some sort of function of pre-visualization. But what I do here is take like the storyboards from the script that I wrote, and I actually, you know what I mean, try to compile them into an actual like comic book format to really tell the story. So, as I was saying, as the, you know, the Marie Shimazaki Bayonetta fashion design study image scroll was happening, and y'all will enjoy that one. I was like, these PREVIZ ones are extremely interesting to me. You know what I mean? Because I come in here, I do the world concepts, and I always explain that as if my main character is right here, and the world expands out from him, and then I have to work on world concept art. I start from the outside, and then I build my way towards the main character. So that way by the time I'm working on the character, I kind of got everything down. I didn't want to start with the main character, have the dopest main character in the world, you know what I mean? And then have a world that just is lesser than, you know what I mean? So I got the world concept art that I worked on. Once I started writing the story, and I started working on, you know what I mean, chapter 0, chapter 1, chapter 2, all that good stuff, I was like, I need to start doing story concept art, because the world concept is so out and away from the main character, and obviously the main character is in the story. So it's like, okay, now I started like picking spots within the entire universe, world, whatever we want to call this thing, and be like, alright, I gotta work on this concept, I gotta work on that concept. Y'all see me working on a bunch of crazy things. It's to introduce to y'all there's some crazy stuff that goes down. And then at the end of the day, all of it, however long all of this is going to take, all of it is going to, you know what I mean, meet in the middle. All of it is going to actually be like, oh, this is what he's working on. But we ain't there yet. We're nowhere near there yet. We just started. The kickoff just happened like a few streams ago. You know what I mean? Everything before that was the pregame. Everything before that, these past few years, is just pregame. You know, parking lot pimping. You know what I'm saying? The everything that happens, you know what I mean? You were just getting the popcorn and the drinks and finding your seats and having to scoot by people and prepare. Like, we just kicked off recently, and we still got a whole game to play. The dire wolves are back, y'all. Yo, I started this years ago. You would have told me that dire wolves would have came back when I started doing this stuff years ago. I'd have been like, what are we doing? What are we talking about? You know what I'm saying? Have y'all seen Jurassic Park? Like y'all know I have. Y'all know how much I love dinosaurs. I just talked about that a few streams ago. You should go back and watch that one. Stay here live with me right now. But what you want to do is, oh man, I didn't even go ahead and do that. What you want to do is stay here, watch this one live, and then go ahead and watch all my old stuff too. You know what I'm saying? Because all of it is, like I said, gonna meet in the middle. But we got a good one today. I was recently talking about a character that I want to work on, and we're just gonna go ahead and do some concept previz art. Well, the concept is already there. I already know this character through and through. This is probably one of the only characters I actually know. Isn't it crazy? I've done all this work for the past few years, and I'm often talking about like I need to see and I need to know and I need to do all this stuff in order for me to understand my own insanity that I got going on. I'm sorry, I got like food on the TV screen over there, and it's messing with my mind. I gotta go check that out. So I got this character that I'm like, I already know. I know everything about this character. This might be the only character I do know, and it's not the main character. How about that? Sorry about that, y'all. I got some delicious looking food playing on the TV over there. I was just like, what was that? I had to go check that out for a second. So yeah, this is probably the only character that I know. I know the beginning of this character. I know the ending of this character. I know everything about this character, and I love this character. So we're just gonna go ahead and pick up where we left off in this sketchbook. Oh, wait, hold on, let me try to get this camera right. That way nobody looks at my feet. I don't want y'all to look at my feet. Nobody look at my feet. It's always so hard trying to get a shot of the bottom of the page. What are we doing? Yo, somebody is jamming on that guitar. I might need to actually do a little something different with as far as how that guitar sounds. Now that I got everything set up. Wait, what are we doing? There we go. Welcome to the stream, y'all. I don't have as you can see, I don't have any references or anything like that today, just because I kind of got a slew of references just sitting in front of me that I'm just gonna sit here and have fun drawing. So I hope you all don't mind. Kinda just wanna begin to visualize this character. Who knows? Who knows how this is gonna go? All I know is I'm gonna have fun. I'm gonna have fun with this one. Hmm. Is that what happens? Is that what happens? Oh, you know what? Let me go ahead and do this. Give myself a little something, something here. At the end of the day, like, I'll often sit there and talk about, like, how I got sketchbooks on sketchbooks and I got side piece sketchbooks, and you know what I mean, and I got sketchbooks over here and there, and ones that I kind of forgot about, and ones that you know what I mean, artwork that I can't find because I can't remember what sketchbook it went into. When I say that I know this character, it's because I only drew them once. I might have drew them twice, and I don't ever have to look at those drawings ever again because I was just like, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Yo, the dire wolves are back, y'all. I don't even care. I don't even care. Bring them back. It's funny. I got. This has nothing to do with anything. Uh, Actually, it does have stuff to do with stuff, but I ain't gonna talk about it right now. But I've spoken. I've said this name once or twice. You know what I'm saying? On the live stream a couple of times. Uh, you know what I mean? I've always talked about this artist in a respectful manner, just because I don't know them. You know what I mean? I just like their work, and I spent the time. You know what I mean? Kind of just looking at their work, and I don't need to really look at their work anymore because everything that I needed from them I got, and thank you for that. But I I followed this. I used to follow this artist named Ashley Wood. Great artist, great style. I enjoyed the style because I probably came across this artist back when I was like working real tight, back when I was still uh, coming off of doing murals and getting into tattoo art, and you know what I mean. Tattoos have, they've come a long way, and they've become all this like craziness. You know what I mean, where there's a whole slew of styles, and it's a beautiful thing. I love to see where I love where tattoos are, and I love watching it. You know what I mean, grow and continue to, you know what I'm saying, become more and more styles and everything like that. Like, it's crazy. You know what I mean? Like it like tattooing isn't just like a common practice now. It's a practice that is being experimented with, and it's gotten to a place where it's like wild and crazy. So I was like working on that stuff back in the day, back in the day when they had finger waves. Nah, and oh wow, this is already. I already need to correct myself. See, this is why I need to kind of do all this. Here, let's go ahead. Have fun, have fun. So, I was working with a really tight style, meaning like, the line work was important to me. Staying within the lines was important to me. connecting ends was important to me, and not having too many dissections in areas that were creating focal points that weren't supposed to be focal points, but your eyes, the viewers, the audience's eyes, went to the focal point because all the lines kind of convened there, so you had to have line control, things like that. You know what I'm saying? You know what? Like, that would actually look a whole lot more like this now that I think about it. See, this is why I draw stuff. This is why I draw stuff. Even though I know this character, it doesn't mean that I know the world around this character. So I gotta kind of put some respect on this. But I was always a fan of Ashley Wood because this would maybe sometime be around the time that I saw the Batman Arkham Asylum graphic novel, and when I realized that, you know, comic books didn't necessarily need to look exactly like comic books. Like, you could have graphic novels with some really funky art. And, you know, as I was exploring other artists, Ashley Wood was one of them that I came across. This probably would have been around the time that there was like TV shows, and like Suck Lord was on there, and Jim Mafood, you know what I mean, was popping up on my radar and stuff like that. So there was a lot of like these really loose artists, you know what I mean, with various backgrounds. And I don't know any of them, you know what I'm saying? Like, but I was a fan of Ashley Wood's style. And I went ahead and I bought a couple of his books because I thought, you know what I mean, I want to be able to get his art, but I also, you know what I mean, kind of want to be able to afford it. And y'all know me and my library, like, what's in there is I got some Ashley Wood stuff. I think he might have worked on Metal Gear Solid stuff. I might, you know what I mean, but that could have been another loose artist. I'm getting confused with maybe somebody who worked with Spawn. Maybe Ashley Wood worked with Spawn, and that's what brought him to my attention. You know what I mean? But, you know, like, Spawn had like some artists on there that worked very loose. But either way, you know what I mean, I'm getting lost in a memory because all those are like way back in the day. All that stuff is way back in the day. Yeah, that would look like that just because. That's so funny. Yo, let's go more with it. Let's have more fun with it. And so he had a really loose style. You know, maybe I'll break out the book later, but he kind of like those concept art books that I saw, or that I was showing on a stream, I don't know, sometime within the past week perhaps. Those concept artists had like really loose styles. They played with, like, you know what I mean, they played with all the elements of artwork, but they didn't really like draw a thing. Like, it was all like these really loose shapes and colors and shades and lighting and things like that. But then that ultimately led, you know, a very impressionistic style that led for you to be able to see what they're painting. Either way, like, Ashley Wood works a lot like that. And getting to the point of, like, you know, dire wolves. And I was on my live stream talking about, here we go. Oh wait. I was on the live stream talking about however long ago, like, yo, go ahead, build all the robots, keep going with the AI, You know what I mean? Like, go ahead and do all that. Stick the AI into a robot. Like, who cares at this point? You know what I mean? And now we got dire wolves in the fray as well. You know what I mean? We got UAPs, AI, robots, dire wolves. So, thinking about this character that I got to work on right now, some of this previs art that I got to figure out. Is Ashley Wood worked on this series called Zombies versus Robots, Robots versus Zombies, something like that. And you know, he's an artist, and he had did like a series of like robot works, and he did a series of like some zombie works, I suppose. And yeah, I actually do need to talk about Ashley Wood a little bit more in order to explain some of the things that I kind of got going on. But maybe not today. You know what I mean? I'm already coming in, what, like 3 hours late today? My bad, y'all. Laundry and paperwork. So, he has a series called Robots versus Zombies. And it's interesting, you know what I mean? The way that the stories are told is it's kind of like a series of paintings and a series of kind of more like conceptual art, you know what I mean? But it's all very his own style, and it's all very, you know what I mean, directional. It's not random at all. But it's more like there's bits and pieces of story, there's some characters, you know, there's some world building aspects, there's some history, you know what I mean? There's just a little bit of everything. I'm sure Ashley Wood himself probably knows, you know, everything back and forth, but as far as like the work, you know, the purchase that I made, me supporting artists myself, uh, you know, it wasn't like he made a graphic novel that was a cohesive, complete beginning to end story that, you know what I mean, you could read and reread and make a movie out of it. There was so much left for interpretation. There were so many gaps in just in general in the story. And I'm not saying this as a detriment. I'm not saying it was bad. I'm not saying it was lesser than. I'm just saying that this is what it is. Like, you can buy the books yourself and see what I'm talking about. If you have bought the books, then you know what I'm talking about. Um, this picture's already so crazy. So, but yeah, he did a very interesting story because it just brought the ideas together of a a world where zombies took over, which anytime you see something like that, it's post-apocalyptic, so technology is down. Think about The Walking Dead. Technology is down. You know what I mean? Um, and but then it also introduced like this world where robots exist. And not only are these robots just robots, like some of them are, if I remember correctly, I have to go back and read this stuff, but there's uh there's a bit of sentience, either to all the robots or some of the robots. So it's like you have this really technologically advanced system, you know what I mean, represented with the robots, and then you have this very non-technological world because of zombies existing. And then there's still humans, believe it or not. And it ain't, it's very post-apocalyptic, you know what I'm saying? And and yeah, man, it's really quite crazy. So I was on this pod. I was on my live stream on my pod, whatever we're calling this. I was doing my art thing, my art fizzle, and I was over here like, yo, make all the robots, make all the AI, throw all the AI and all of the robots. Like, who cares at this point? You know what I'm saying? And now we got dire wolves. We're bringing back the Stone Age while we're ushering in the future. Like, yo, what are we doing? What are we doing? That's all. That's all I'm saying. What are we doing? Just the thought alone just reminded me about Ashley Wood's stories of robots versus zombies, zombies versus robots. I'll break out the book. Not right now. Let me get a little bit of drawing in. You know what I'm saying? I'm 3 hours late today. I feel like I gotta kind of deliver, but you know what I'm saying? I gotta I gotta kind of bring y'all up to speed at the same time. Not everybody knows all these artists, I suppose. Yeah, I feel like this is what's wrong. Everything's got to be just slightly more, right? Everything's got to be just slightly more. Yeah, there's definitely going to need to be an aspect of concept art here just because we kind of got to figure something out. You know what I mean? There's a few things computed? Like, or did we just like immediately shut that one down? You know what I'm saying? Like, like, is anybody doing anything? We just, what are we doing? All of this is so crazy. All of this is so crazy, and I love it. I love it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, just thinking about dire wolves and sticking AI into robots got me thinking about Ashley Wood's story of zombies versus robots, because all of it is cool, right? All of it is cool. Like zombies are cool, especially like way back in the day when like Walking Dead was just like on its first season or something like that, you know what I mean? Like, and now, and now robots, like robots were always cool, but robots weren't like what the robots are today. You know what I mean? So now we're like, yo, what are the robots of tomorrow gonna look like? What's gonna happen when the AI robot comes across a full-grown dire wolf? You're gonna have AI robots going to the primordial zoo. You know what I mean? It's like I said in that story, people were not living that. You know what I'm saying? People were not living it up. People weren't visiting the primordial zoo, I guess is what I'm saying. In those Ashley Wood takes on zombies and robots. Mm. Yeah, this is so funny. Oh wow. Wait, this one got lyrics in it. Hold on, let me. What are we doing? I knew I clicked. Where we at?
Lo soportar mi
Oh no, we're not doing this.
alma.
Oh, nope. Oh, perfect. Should keep me busy for a while, hopefully. Let me see how the levels looking. There's only so much vetting I can do on the music and the sounds. You know what I mean? Everybody wanna everybody wanna claim stuff, right? Okay, rough start. Here we go. This stuff funny to me. All that stuff funny to me. What's going on here? There we go. Yeah, I gotta work on this some more. See, I already know. I already know what I don't like about this. Hold on. Let me see. Let me see. How is it pseudo tape if the rest of this ain't? So I love it. Yep. There we go. So yeah, now that'll make a little bit more sense. Let's try this again. Nothing worse than showing up late and then being like, oh man. And like, oh man, I haven't even warmed up yet. Here we are, it's going on what? Oh man, it's going on 7? It's going on 7. This is usually the time I'm sitting there taking my first break. So, and I didn't even have like a meal. So normally I would need to take a break right now and like snack up. And I can't even do that right now. Just cause what, we're only an hour in. But yeah, this is a problem when you're only an hour in, but you're 3 hours late, and it's already 7 o'clock, and I'm not even warmed up yet. I'm still over here thinking about people with like woolly mammoth pets riding on woolly mammoths, taking out sentient robots like it's Lord of the Rings out here. So crazy like this. I mean, something that you got to think about with all of this wolf thing going on. I didn't read any of the reports. I only watched the same thing that you watched. You know what I mean? And you got to think about, like, how did they go about making this stuff? Was it very similar to Jurassic Park, where they pulled like genetics from something else? Are these things 100% pure dire wolf? Like, you know what I mean? There's it, likely not, right? Like when you're dealing with, you know, it takes two. It takes two to tango. You know what I mean? Chances are that these things are still pretty not all the way there. That's, you know what I mean? Pretty not. Like all the way direwolf. Like there's probably like a little bit of husky in there, a little bit of pit bull in there. There's probably like a little bit of like Pomeranian in there. You know what I mean? There's probably like a little bit of bloodhound in it. Like who knows what's in there? You know what I'm saying? They're over there making the Dominus Rex. You know what I'm saying? And then at the same time, on that same thing that I watched that you watched, they made some woolly mammoth rats, mice. It's a mouse in a house. It's a rat in the attic. Whatever they made, they took one of those things and they made something out of it, right? They put the elephant into the mouse, which I thought was hilarious, because aren't like elephants notorious for like hating mice, mices? You know what I'm saying? Like people don't watch them old cartoons anymore, but in them old cartoons, every time you had an elephant, you had to have a mouse. Or every time there was a elephant in the episode of Tom and Jerry, that elephant was tiptoeing around the mice. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Those elephants were lifting up their skirt anytime. You know what I mean? There was a mouse in the room. They were like, yo. I immediately, the second I heard that, I was just like, yo, that's crazy. That they took this thing that hates that thing, and they were like, yo, we gonna put y'all genetics together. But they made some dope looking mice. You know what I mean? Some mice with some long orange hair. You know what I mean? They made some mice that look like Buddy right here. You know what I'm saying? Like that was another thing. I was sitting there looking at the mice that they made, and I was just like, oh, you know what I'm saying? Like they watching me. Like I was like, I see what y'all did. I see what y'all did. I see what y'all doing. Look at y'all doing. You know what I'm saying? I look good on y'all. But they made these mice, and I was just sitting there thinking like, oh, like they're gene splicing. You know what I mean? They're gene splicing. So they are taking a little piece here, a little piece there, a little some of this, a little some of that, a little bit of how you doing, and a little bit of, you know, there you go. There's, you know what I'm saying? Like they're doing all of that. Hey, I'm not mad at that right there. Whoa. So like, I'm pretty sure we already got like It's in the animal testing phase, is what I'm saying. It's in the animal testing phase. What happens after the animal testing phase? What happens when they done ran all the tests on the animals? You know what I mean? What do they do then? Then they really open up, right? Then they really like, yo, who's the real animal out here? And then they got some crazy looking dude out here like, They were like, yo, you know what I mean? Next thing you know, we in Batman Beyond. We in Batman Beyond all over again. You know what I'm saying? Like how long until they just take your test tube baby and they're just like, you know what I mean? Little bit of, you know, the third generation direwolf, little bit of, you know what I'm saying? I mean, we already know that these scientists and doctors out here is freaks. There's documentaries about them. You know what I mean? Taking genetic compound matter, whatever we're calling this stuff. You know what I mean? Doing a little bit of gene splicing on their own. You know what I'm saying? Got a whole city full of kids. You know what I'm saying? Like all those kids are theirs. So how long until they just be like, oh, this is woolly mammoth, and your kid come out looking like Stuart Little, like, yo, like, we're just in the animal testing phase is all I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? How long until, you know, we get a real Romulus and a real Remus out there re-finding Rome? You know what I'm saying? Didn't Cyberpunk already have like the animals? Wasn't that one of the games that was in the Cyberpunk video game? Wasn't it like they had people that were like spliced with it? Let me do this. Yeah, I know this book. This is one of the more beautiful books that I own. You know what I mean? It's not that great as far as like concept art goes. Like, there's concept art in here. It's great. Like, it's a great book. I like this book. But I wish it had more in it. And right now it's just a really well polished book. You know what I'm saying? Here we go. Yeah. The animals. Hey, what's going on here? Did they do something? Oh no, I thought this thing was legible upside down. Unless it's written in another language, but those look like some letters to me. You know what I'm saying? Either way, you know what I mean? It's like those tattoos when it says like life and death. You know what I'm saying? I'm living and I can't hear. Like how long until your test tube baby come out looking like this? Like how long until like this is gonna be like Brock Lesnar's great grandchild right here? You know what I mean? That's just half gorilla. Like, you know what I mean? They're like, yo, we threw a little bit of great white shark into this dude. That's why. You know what I'm saying? And they still just walking around with suits like, yo, tailors. Tailors, y'all got a future. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how to tailor, but I know how to make a cut. You know what I'm saying? Like, but this is part of the reason why I'm working on what I'm working on today. But all of this, let me see. That's all they got. And see, this is what I mean, man. It's only 2 pages. There's only 2 pages, technically 1 splash page dedicated to an entire gang, and they got like 12 different gangs in this book, and it's only 12 pages worth of content, and it's just like, man, look how thick this book is. I mean, it's not super thick, but still, it's a thick book. There's a lot of pages in here. Y'all only got like 12 pages dedicated towards like, you know what I mean, the interesting aspects of that world and that game. I was sitting there like, oh man, I done bought the little book. They're gonna come out with a bigger book later, and they never did. Anyway. I mean, we already got people around here looking like animals, and now we got gene splicing in the animal testing phase. How long until we have, you know what I mean, people walking around looking like rhinoceroses, but really looking like rhinoceroses, you know what I mean? They got the horn on their nose and everything like that. Like, you know what I mean? Trying to put on the t-shirt. Just why do you only own V-necks? It's because I got the horn. Like, yo, what are we doing? What are we doing? But like, no, man. Why you got so many holes in your clothes? You smoke? But like, nah, man, I'm half porcupine. What are you talking about? Like, yo, go take a bath. No, I'm half skunk. Hold on. Like, you know what I mean? Everybody already so sensitive, and there's only so many of us as far as like stylistically who we are. We're already so sensitive about things. Imagine when we become a million different things rather than just one of 4 different things. Once you're a million different things, you gotta sit there and you're gonna have 10 million pronouns, and you know what I mean? You're gonna be like, you know, stop, skunk, gene splice hate, like, I'm like, there's only 12 skunk people on the planet. Well, they have rights too, and it's like, but they stink. You know what I mean? We got to all fight for skunk rights. Like, what are we doing? What's happening? What does all this lead to? Is what I'm saying. Yo. I watched that podcast too. You know what I'm saying? Dire wolves are back, y'all. Dire wolves are back. Yo, if I remember correctly, that one was jet black as well. If I remember correctly. There we go. I love the idea of these things. Yeah, that's gonna have to kind of be a little bit more like that. You just gonna have to. Don't worry. I'm figuring this out slowly, y'all. 3 hours late today. I'm only an hour in. I'm not even warmed up yet. It's just the beginning. We're just getting started. You should follow, like, and subscribe. You know what I mean? Grab some popcorn. Chat. You know what I mean? Say something. Let me know. Let me know how you feel. Let me know where do you fall on you know what I mean? People being half hedgehog. I mean, like, why can't I run like Sonic? Like what are we doing? Sonic was a fictional character. Hedgehogs really can't run that fast. Well, why'd you make me half hedgehog? We didn't. The doctor did it to you. The freak doctor. He turned half the county into hedgehogs. Yo, what are we doing? What are we doing? Man, I'm just getting started. It's already almost that time. Nah, but I'm serious though, you know what I'm saying? Like, how long before you go to the club and you really do got that girl that got cheetah print on her, you know what I mean? And then she tells you she doesn't have any tattoos. You're like, what? Wait, how'd you do that? You know, wait until she runs away from you. You gotta try to chase her down the street. You know what I mean? You ain't catching her. You ain't catching her. She's half cheetah. Like, you know what I mean? She run. I guess you could always just catch her at the club, I guess. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I mean? Olympics will never have her. They'll be like, nah, you know what I'm saying? She's like, I was born like this. Yeah, but you have cheetah though. You can't run in the Olympics. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's, you know what I mean? It's cheetah hate. now we gotta fight for all the cheetah rights. You're gonna be watching the Olympics and you're gonna be like, Keisha, she was just at the club. Like, you're gonna be yo, what are we doing? What are we doing? You're gonna find Keisha in the club, all cheetah print, no tattoos, running away from you. Now she in the Olympics the next week. And after she wins, she's gonna fighting for the rights for all the cheetah people out there, all 12 of them. You know what I'm saying? Getting there. It's gonna be a crazy world, yo. It's gonna be crazy. I mean, it is literally gonna be Batman Begins. It's part of the reason why I always said, like I'm interested in comics, obviously. Like, I tried to get jobs in comics, obviously. I didn't get jobs in comics, obviously. Like, but one of the comics that I always would have loved to have worked on was Batman Begins, just because of, you know what I mean? One is Batman, and two, I know better than to ever ask to get the Batman job. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't do that to you. I wouldn't do that to you, DC. I wouldn't just roll up to you and be like, hey, DC, let me get the Batman job. Like, I know. But I would come up to you and be like, yo, let me get that. You know what I'm saying? Let me get the Batman Beyond joint. Like, give me that one. You know what I mean? I don't even care if I'm not writing it. Let me do the artwork for it. You know what I'm saying? You know how much fun I can have with something like that? You know how much fun I can have with something like that? You know what I mean? Oh, what is this? Hold on. Sorry about that. I was like, what am I watching for a second? I had to see that. Alright, let's do this. Oh wait, you know what? Let's get something that's a little bit better, right? There we go. What's the volume sound in there? Is that getting picked up? Some of these. I'm gonna get there, yo. I'm gonna get there. What was I talking about? I was talking about doing Batman Beyond. Yo, could you imagine if I was just sitting there working on the Batman Beyond joint. You know, we all love Batman Beyond, but we all don't love Batman Beyond so much that I could work on it and anybody would care. You know what I'm saying? Like, we all love it, but don't nobody care about it that much. Like most, you know what I mean? Walk into a room full of 10 people, ask them what Batman Beyond's name is. How many people gonna get it right out of them 10? You know what I'm saying? I guess it depends on the room that you walked in on, but I mean, just talk about the room that's like right next to you. You know what I'm saying? You walk into that room, there's 10 people in there. Whatever 10 people would be in that room, and be like, yo, you ask them, what's Buddy's name? Like, we all love us some Batman. But we're not gonna be like, yo, Batman Beyond is off limits. Could you imagine if I was working on some Batman Beyond? How much I love this stuff. Man, I would be all over that. You know, one of the things that I think about, just for instance, you know what I mean? Like, this is how much I love it. Like, I still remember, like, watching the Batman Beyond cartoon when I was a kid. And I still remember, like, the spliced human genes where you had, like, half human, half hyena person. And then I remember that, like, the Joker had hyenas. And then it was like, oh, you know what I mean? Like, I think about that Joker. It was a bad character, and it wasn't even that big of a character. It was, like, literally one of the like, throwaway goons from, like, you know what I mean? Some gang that was actually, like, the big bad gang or something like that. Like, it wasn't even a character that was all that important. But I still always think about that half hyena, gene spliced bad guy character that got taken out in 2 seconds. But just that alone sparked my interest as a very young artist of, like, that's so cool. You know what I mean? Like, back in those days, we were reading, like, Animorphs, stuff like that. You know what I mean? Talking about people that were turning into animals on their time off. Somehow, I forget. Nobody remembers the Animorph stories. We just remember the books or the covers. You know what I mean? The covers had that sometimes wonky art of, like, you see, like, the transformation from, like, human to cheetah, human to bird, human to this, human to that. Like, how funky it gets. I gotta check out those animal covers. I'm pretty sure they still make those books too. I feel like I've seen them recently where I was like, they still making those things? Like, what are we doing? You know, I couldn't even tell you. I tried watching something about what like Batman Beyond is about, just because I don't know if I ever made it to the end of the cartoon. Like I don't think I ever got the full story. And then I found out when I found comic books after I found tattooing, like I found out like they were still telling Batman Beyond stories like in comic book format. I was like, it's a comic book? Like, you know what I mean? Like finding out that there was a Batman Beyond comic book was the same way when I had my internship making commercials and storyboarding for commercials that that Star Wars had a book saga. Like Star Wars had books. I'm like, wait, you talking about those old movies that they started making new movies of, and that they're going to be making movies of in the future some more, and then Disney's gonna own them? I'm like, you talking about? That was so long ago. I was like, are you talking about them? I was like, Star Wars has books? Like, stop lying. Stop lying to me. But yeah, same thing. When I found out Star Wars had books, it was like the same thing when I found out like Batman Beyond had a comic book. I was like, what? You know what I mean? I was like that, the Wire meme when Buddy was like, with his mind blown, like what's going? Then you find out there's like 30 books, 300 books, and you're like, where have I been? Where have I been? You know what I mean? Hmm. Oh, okay. I'll let that rock like that then. Yeah, but I love me some Batman Beyond. That's something that does actually have a functioning society with, you know what I mean, all the animal gene splicing, and then it has all of the robots and androids, you know what I'm saying? You know, because the Justice League already happened. So, you know what I mean? This is a post Justice League future where, you know what I mean, that means aliens already happened, stuff like that. Like all of this is not, now we're just living in that world. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, what does that world look like? I mean, and nowadays we is not that far away. We are not that far away from it at this point. And when I say we're not that far away from it, I mean it's gonna be like Brock Lesnar's like great grandkids that are gonna be like gene spliced with like half gorilla, you know what I mean? And then you have half of a county, half porcupine, you know what I mean? They can't wear t-shirts, you know what I mean? And then like you know what I mean? Like we're some generations away from that, but still we ain't that far away from that. AI is gonna be telling you it's okay. You know what I mean? AI is gonna tell you, but like, yeah, don't worry that the girl that's half cheetah ran from you. Of course you weren't gonna catch her. You know what I mean? You're gonna be talking to your AI robot therapist. I couldn't catch her. She was so fast. I'd be like, she's half cheetah, bro. You're never gonna be able to catch her. That girl will forever just run to her own. she gonna run with the wind, yeah. Like, but I'm being for real though. You know what I'm saying? I'm being for real. Yo, dire wolves are back, y'all. Woolly mammoths. Buddy said the only reason why he didn't do woolly mammoths is because of how much of an investment it would be, meaning the time that it would take. You know what? Meaning, had he had the resources, enough resources to run a trial, we would also have woolly mammoths. We would have Dumbo over here flopping his ears around an air balloon. You know what I'm saying? With orange hair, looking at a hairy air balloon. You know what I mean? To celebrate his arrival at the county fair. So Buddy said the only reason why he didn't do the mammoth he wasn't like, you know what I'm saying, I felt the way about it. He was like, nah, you know what I mean, the cost, you know what I mean, the ROI on the woolly mammoth right now, which means it's been about a week, which means the woolly mammoth project has been greenlit by this point. We just don't know about it yet. We'll find out about it, you know what I'm saying, tomorrow. We'll find out about it tomorrow. Or we'll find out about it the hard way when elephants start turning orange again. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be hard being an ivory hunter. But like, is this mammoth ivory? Nah, it's just regular elephant ivory. Nah, bruh. You gotta step your game up. We got woolly mammoths out here. We do? Where are they? They're the orange ones. Oh, I think I saw one of them. You mean I gotta go get the orange ones now? Yeah. You don't want this ivory? I'll buy it for half. like, yo, what is happening? What are we doing? Like, Buddy said that the only reason why he didn't do the woolly mammoth was because of the ROI. That's why he took the woolly mammoth gene and stuck it into a mouse, because the mouse grows up way quicker and produces hair. And you know what I mean? It looks something like an elephant with the ears and whatnot. You know what I mean? So now you just gotta get the hoof gene. You know what I mean? Get the hoof gene, the bovine hoof gene, the little Bambi leg gene, and start injecting that into rats too. That way you have little rats, instead of having claws on their feet, they got hoofs. You know what I mean? With elephant ears and orange fur. That's gonna be the next step. But how you did that one? But like, nah, we you know what I mean? We took a little bit of Dumbo, we took a little bit of Bambi, we took that redhead over there. You know what I mean? Stuck it into a... Don't tell nobody. Don't tell nobody we didn't. We didn't get the rights to messing with bovine creatures just yet. You know what I mean? There's still a protected something or other. I don't know. What are we doing? What are we talking about? What's up, chat? Y'all mad quiet. Y'all don't have verified accounts? Is that what's happening? I'm over here, I'm trying to have fun, talk about some fun stuff with y'all. Y'all just mad quiet with your unverified accounts? What's happening? You didn't hit the follow button? Like, dang, you gotta be verified and you gotta follow in order to speak here? Yes, you do. I had a whole stream earlier today talking about all the weirdos I have to deal with in my life. You know what I'm saying? There we go. We're starting to get there. We're starting to get there as far as like what Buddy looked like right here. You know, DC Comics, let me be that artist that works on that project that you don't have an artist that wants to work on that project. Whether it's the project itself or the writer that's on it, I'll do it. You don't have a hit on your hands. Oh, it's already that time. Look, we're barely 2 hours in, but it's already that time because I was 3 hours late today. But we're almost 2 hours in, so let me go ahead and do that thing. I'm not taking a break. Stay right where you're at. I'm just gonna go do that thing real quick because it's that time. Alright. Alright, see? Are you okay? Tight. There we go. This is interesting. See, the closer I get to the actual look for this character, even though we're not doing concept art, we're doing previs. You know what I mean? Had I done the concept art for this character already, this wouldn't be half the struggle that it is right now. Yeah, this would be a whole lot easier to depict. But yeah, the more that I get the actual look of this character down, the more kind of looking a little ratty here, right? What's going on? I need to put some respect on the snout. It's looking a little pointy. I gotta do this. There we go. There we go. So I mean, I just wonder how long until other things start happening. Didn't they find like the Iceman? And didn't the Iceman like come out to play already? Like how long until they just, you know what I mean? I'm sure there's plenty of girls lining up to be like, yo, let me get that Iceman baby. I want that Iceman baby. You know what I mean? How long until we get little Iceman babies walking around out here? And we're gonna have like Iceman baby spliced jeaned in with mammoth jeans. He got a club foot. He's shaking hands with a robot that got a turret on its back. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Who knew that the things that I was into was just gonna come to life? You know what I'm saying? Who knew that you know what I mean? It's like that Ludacris song. When I move, you move. Like, who knew that, like, I was gonna be into all these things and then all these things were gonna be like, you know what I'm saying? All these things were gonna be like, oh man, G Mr. Drew was really into all this stuff. We gotta make it happen. Feel like it's Batman Beyond. We gotta make that mammoth baby. You were like, nah, the only reason why I ain't do it is because we ain't got the money. The ROI is low on this mammoth baby right now. You know what I mean? You gotta wonder how long, how much does it take to grow a mammoth baby? Let's say it takes $1 million to grow up. It takes, screw it. It's gonna take like, I don't know, $10 million over 5 years to get something like a full-grown mammoth baby. How long until you start profiting off of that mammoth baby? You know what I'm saying? Like how many people you gotta line up outside of a tent at a zoo to go walk through the tent to view the mammoth baby and just start accepting, you know what I mean? The payment. Like, how many people, how much do you charge for that? How many people gotta ride that, gotta ride that ride? The mammoth baby coming to your town soon. That's what I mean about ROI. It's not as simple as that. They're gonna take all the, you know what I mean? You spend 5 years raising a mammoth baby. They're gonna be like, yo, how, you know what I mean? The caretakers. They're gonna have to put out their knowledge. You know what I mean? What do they eat? All like everything down the line is gonna cost and need a ROI on it. Everything. Man said I didn't make the mammoth baby because because it wasn't worth it. Oh man, pour one out for the mammoth, for the woolly mammoth baby, yo. You gotta pour one out for it. You know what I mean? Brock Lesnar's great grandchild is gonna have to just wait. You just gonna have to wait a little bit longer for that. for that mammoth gene to come out. You know what I mean? Before he can start inventing new jujitsu moves off of like using his cuts. You're like, yo, have you ever put that mammoth bone in a Kimura? Oh no, we didn't check the tensile strength of a mammoth ligament. uh, what are we talking about? What are we doing? What's up, chat? How y'all doing? How you doing, chat? Nothing. Can't get no LOLs. I got nothing. Thanks, chat. Chinchilla, or the chatchilla emote is coming soon. I already got it in the works. Once I'm ready to start working on emotes, the chatchilla emote will be the first one I make, and I'll make it available for y'all. Y'all never have to say anything. You just drop that chatchilla emote. You know what I mean? I'm like, oh wow. My chat really is chill. You know what I'm saying? Hmm. There we go. Yeah, you're looking more like Rocket Raccoon here, man. What's going on? What's going on? You're not supposed to be looking like Rocket Raccoon right here. You're supposed to be looking like a, you know what I'm saying? Oh well. Saw that foreshortening on that. There we go. That's what I need. I was like, man, there's something just ain't happening with this thing. How's this look? A little bit of this, a little bit of that. That is a funny look, now that I think about it, with this thing being, these dimensions being what they are, and this thing looking half C. I wonder what I can do. so funny. Alright, I feel like I'm starting to figure out what it is I need to do. It ain't sympathy. Let's do this. See, anytime you can see the snout, it's like mad obvious. And then with that foreshortening, it's like, oh. But I know. It is. I guess I made a little bit of sense. That. And then. Yeah, it's not gonna be out there like that. If anything, it'll probably be more like, yeah. Oh, that's interesting. I wonder if there's something I could do with that. Ooh. Is there something I could do with that? Nah. Nah, I don't even wanna spend my time on something like that. Hold on. Dang. Nah. Okay. Good. Here we go, let's do this. I love this character, yo. I love this character. Yo. I mean, what an opportunity to have fun, right? What an opportunity to have fun. Oh damn, I forgot I still had tea on. Do I still have tea on? I think I still got tea on, man. Let me, you know what I'm saying? Let's go get some of this tea. I'm not taking a break, but let me get some of this tea. You know what I'm saying? Give me a second. Let me go get that tea. Hold on. Hey man, if y'all only knew what I was working on, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I love the fact that I give this to y'all in, like, you know what I'm saying, little things here and there. But I never give you a whole piece of anything, so everything is still up in the air. Here I am 4 years deep, and you don't know what I'm doing. You might think you know what I'm doing. But you know what I'm saying? Yo, how about this? How about not knowing what somebody's doing? How about, like, I was over here watching the final trailer to Sinners. The Coogler. I think that's the director's name. I don't know. He worked on this movie. It's called Sinners. I've been watching, like, the trailers for it. How about I was just like, yeah, it looks like it's a good looking movie. Like, it looks good. You got, you know, Michael B. Jordan in there again. You know what I'm saying? I wonder what that's about. You always have these directors that fall in love with these actors, and yeah, there is a narrative of a healthy work environment. You know what I mean? It could just be as simple as, like, this director likes working with his actor, and that's just what it is. But then there's always that other narrative of, like, directors working with actors because those actors are, like, the hotter version of that director. So they get the director themselves gets to live, like, vicariously through the actor acting the performance of the movie that they're directing. Like, it's this crazy relationship, like, as far as, like, mentally, you know what I mean? Anytime I ever see a director that works with an actor over and over and over again, I'm like, that's either really healthy or really not healthy. But you know what I mean? We'll see what the movie's like. But either way, this movie Sinners. You know what I'm saying? Like, this movie Sinners, I thought it was just a gangster movie. You know, it's old-timey. It's got, like, this takes place in the past. You know what I mean? Culture. Like, alright, I get it. Like, I'm sitting there, I'm watching this thing. Watching the trailers for, like, a year now or two. Like, I watch a lot of movie trailers. You know what I mean? Because I don't watch movies. I watch a lot of anime trailers because I don't watch animes. You know what I mean? I ain't got no subscriptions and none of that stuff. I watch a lot of trailers. I watch a lot of, like, Twitch and gamers play video games. I can't afford video games anymore. You know what I mean? Like, I talk about all this stuff, right? I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. Unless you're new to the channel, welcome to the channel. You know what I mean? Follow, like, subscribe, hit that notification, chat, say something. Be a verified account. Don't be weird. You know what I mean? It's like my chat rules. Be cool. Don't not be cool. And so I've been watching these trailers. I'll watch a trailer enough where I'm still like, yo, they still dropping trailers for this movie? Like, I thought this movie would have came and went already. Not came and went because it's bad, but I thought, like, because I've been watching trailers for movies sometimes for like 2 years, and I'm like, they still ain't dropped? Like, I'm like, they're supposed to be professionals. So it lets you know what I'm saying? And Sinners was another one that I was just like, I think that movie came out. And then I watched what was called the final trailer. So who knows what that means? I'm guessing that means it's the last trailer they're dropping before the movie drops. I'm guessing that means the movie hasn't dropped, but it should be dropping soon, something like that. And yo, is that movie a vampire movie? Like, maybe not a vampire movie, but like a vampire-ish movie? Like, is that movie like a vampire movie, but it's set in that old-timey time? Yo. Cause I've been watching that thing and I was just like, it looks good. It looked like a nice, good gangster movie. You know what I mean? Like I think his name is Coogler. Like Coogler is, you know what I mean, dipping his toe in the Martin Scorsese film direction. You know what I mean? Like I was like, yeah, it looked good. It's Michael B. Jordan. It's gonna make all the monies. You know what I'm saying? I'll be watching the trailers. Maybe I stopped watching them for a while. I don't know. Cause then I watched the final trailer. I put it up on my X. Go follow G Mr. Drew on X, and then like check out my X post. Don't check out all of them, all of you, but most of you check out most of them. And somewhere in there you're gonna find me where I posted, you know what I mean, the final trailer. Watch that one. I'm sitting there, I'm watching that trailer, and I'm like, there's vampires in this movie. Like, I was like, it's gonna be gangster. Race is gonna play a role because it's old-timey America. You know what I mean? Old-timey America. You know what I mean? Black Panther director, Creed director. You know, Michael B. Jordan working with him again, director. Old-timey time. And you know what I mean? You see the Tommy gun at the end of the thing where, you know what I mean? The best shot in the world. You know what I mean? But he ain't pulled the, he didn't pull the Alec Baldwin. You know what I mean? Shooting directly at the camera. I don't know how they did that, but how he do that? I heard Alec only shot like one bullet. How did Michael B. Jordan shoot like 1,000 of them? Doop, 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 at the camera like that, man. How'd he do that? Everybody survived? That's crazy. How'd they do that? Somebody needs to like let the whole studio world know, like, this is how Michael B. Jordan shot at the camera with a Tommy gun and no one died on set. Like, yo, I was like, this is a nice old-timey gangster flick. Like, maybe they're gonna like talk a little bit about like I don't know, maybe it was like prohibition times, like anytime anything is old, like before I was born, I'm like, I don't really know what was going on. Anytime I do, I'll talk about it, but when I don't know, I just don't know. It's like when I was watching Peaky Blinders, I was way off, and I gotta talk about that because, you know, I've been finished watching it. I probably talked about it once in the past, but I ain't talking about the thing that I should talk about with Peaky Blinders. But either way, I'm talking about, yo, Sinners. I was like, the movie's called Sinners. It's about some gangsters. They do some sinful stuff. You know what I mean? Gangsters will use the church to commit crime. Hello? Hello? Is this thing on? Can y'all hear me? Gangsters will use the church itself to commit crime. I'm like, oh, it's a nice gangster flick. He's doing a Scorsese. It's called Sinners, you know what I mean? They're probably stashing alcohol in the church. I don't know. What are they doing? Yo, are there vampires in this movie? I was watching the final trailer and I was just like, now mind you, it is old-timey America. I ain't seen not one white person in any of the trailers for the past 15 years. I've been watching trailers for the Sinners movie, I watched the final trailer. I see 3 white people. I'm like, I'm like, I'm like, I'm like, yo, are there vampires in it? Like, yo, Coogler went full. He didn't go Scorsese. He went Spike Lee. He didn't. Coogler did not go the Scorsese route that I thought he was going. Coogler went full Spike Lee. He said, yo, I'm gonna release movie trailers for 3 years, and everyone's gonna think that I'm Scorsese, and then I'm gonna tell them that I'm all Spike Lee. Like, I was like, this is crazy. But are there vampires in this movie? Because I immediately went from like, the movie looked good to, I'm like, oh, this is gonna be good. Like, like, yo, why does the movie look so good with vampires in it? You know what I mean? How good? How good? If there's vampires in this movie, how good did those vampires look? And I don't mean how good did those vampires look, but I'm saying like how good does that vampire movie look? You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, like, I was watching them, what might could be vampires, and I was just like, they pulled out guitars smoother than I pull out this water bottle. You know what I'm saying? Y'all see my water bottle skills. You know what I'm saying? My water jug, whatever this thing is, water can, water thermos, whatever this thing is called. Y'all see how good my skills are with this thing when I pull this thing out. You know what I'm saying? Are there vampires in this movie? I was like, those vampires pulled out guitars like out of nowhere. I wasn't ready. Coogler, you put out Coogler. You put out 15 trailers for 15 years. You didn't have not one vampire in there the entire time. And I was just like, it's a good gangster movie. It's gonna be Scorsese. Like, I'll catch it when it's on rental. You know what I mean? Like, and then he said, yeah. He's just like, yeah, it's a gangster movie. Now look at these white people. And these white people just tick it. Yo, I'm like, what am I watching? What am I? I'm over here. I'm looking at. I'm looking at this movie sideways. I'm watching the trailer like have I what have I been watching for 15 years with this movie trailer? I'm over here like, yo, G Mr. Drew on X, go follow me on X. I got the same rules on my X that I do on Twitch. You gotta be cool. Don't not be cool. You know what I'm saying? Go over there and check me out. Yo. Is the movie called Sinners because there's vampires in it? So the vampires are the sinners. And we got gangsters pulling Alec Baldwin's out here. What's going on? What are we talking about? What are we doing? Oh, I was not ready. I was like, he said, look at these white people. I said, oh, he went full Spike Lee. And then they said, swoop, smooth with the guitar. Yo, I was like, yo, what are we doing? Like, and they just tick, like, straight up banger. Straight up banger. And they're like, oh, we's hungry. Straight up banger. Like, yo, like I'm sure they were smoother than Kanye West in the 90s. Like like they were smooth, yo. Yeah, let's do this. Right. Come on. Give me that. Yo, those vampires are smooth with the guitar, yo. Yo, dire wolves are back. Yo, what are gonna be the rules on like hair and facial hair and everything once everybody starts, you know what I mean? The faces start turning into everyone's faces start turning into animal faces with all that hair. You know what I'm saying? Like is everybody gonna start looking like those mink cats or whatever they're called, the Siamese cats, whatever they're called? You know what I'm saying? Those little hairless cats, but like yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like you could be skunk. We hire skunks. That's fine. You know what I'm saying? But you can't have. What are you gonna do? You're just gonna shave your face, and then you know what I'm saying? You just cover up the rest of it. Yeah. Clock out of work. You're just gonna be all. You know what I mean? You're gonna have to fight for your rights to just have hair. You know what I'm saying? Turn that one down. That one getting a little. You know what I'm saying? Oh wow. I should have looked at that one. Dang. Man. Come on, give me one. Give me one. Give me one. No? Come on, man. Here I am looking up pictures of these dire wolves. How come they didn't post any pictures of them looking mean and looking angry? Come on, man. Look at them trying to pacify us to the dire wolf. They don't want you to see them snarling. You know what I'm saying? Try to find a picture of a dire wolf snarling at you. I dare you. I double dare you. You know what I'm saying? I double dog dare you. Try to find a picture of a dire wolf snarling. You won't find it. You know what I mean? A mad wolf is not marketable. Like, no, it's a wolf. It has to look like the posters. Alright. 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 Let me get buddy over here looking like Alex Jones. I got the documents. You know what I'm saying? I got the documents right here. Let's try it again. Let's try this angle again. Let me not be shy with the with the snout and the foreshortening. You know what I'm saying? Part of the difficulty is like having to draw this face and render the face out, but also know that I gotta put a microphone right there. You know what I mean? And the microphone is blocking out the face because it's gotta hold the microphone to his face. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. You know what I mean? Because I draw this microphone right here like that. Now it covers up all of the face, and I'm just like, oh man, how does this anatomy work? Like, I kind of want to draw, but I don't want to. You know what I mean? Why am I drawing this when I don't need to? Here we go. Yeah, see, you don't have people fighting for hair right. No, I have the right to have this hair. It's a hate crime to sit there and say that I have to shave my face. You know I'm half a woolly mammoth. You know I'm half orangutan. You're like, you the orangest person on the planet. You half orangutan and half woolly mammoth? Like, come on, yo. What are we doing? We just wanted to have the orangest baby. That was it. Parents getting interviewed and shit. Like, yo, like, we didn't think about his employment. You know what I mean? We didn't think about how, like, he would never get a job ever doing anything. Can't be a food server. Have a whole clump of fur in your salad. Like, you know, have people with hoof feet wearing full body nets. Like, yo, what are we doing? What are we doing? We're just getting started, yo. We're just getting started. We're just getting started, y'all. Yeah. Bathroom rights. Like, yo, I'm half horse. Come on, yo. Like, nah, we can't allow horses into this bathroom, sir. Horse is gonna be complaining about porta potties. You're gonna have like no horses signs on porta potties. But like, yeah, the horse don't fit. Horses don't fit in here, y'all. But like, yo, man, the porta potty business is going out of business. They didn't account for all the gene spliced have human horses out there. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo. Can't put. What do you mean a centaur can't be on the airplane? No, we tried it before. You put a hole in the floor and everyone got sucked out the back. Like, we were 3,000 miles up in the air. Everyone flew out the window. Yet the hoof, the floors in the airplane weren't built for hoofs. You got 4 of them, sir. Well, you know I'm Sagittarius, like. Well, I guess we're just an anti-Sagittarius airline, sir. You're gonna hear from my lawyer. Like, lawyer comes in looking like just a lawyer still looks like a human being with glasses on. Now my client, this horse over here. Yo, what are we doing? What are we doing? Gonna go to therapy. Gonna be talking to, you know what I mean? A half gibbon, whatever those things are called. Therapist is gonna be a bat hanging from the ceiling, still writing notes. With the beadiest eyes looking at you. So how does that make you feel? I'm scared. I'm scared right now. I didn't know when I signed up for this 2-bit therapy session that I was gonna get stuck with a bat. It's half bat, sir. I'm only half of a bat. I'm sure you heard about the doctor that gene spliced half of the county everybody being half bat because he wanted people to be Batman. Yeah, I'm one of those victims. All right, now I don't appreciate your tone. Hooks his feet back into the ceiling and into the into the rafters. Yo, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Serious. What are we even talking about anymore? Come on. Chat, you still not chatting? Come on, chat. Chat chiller emote coming soon. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You know I gotta do it. I gotta do it because I love you. You know what I'm saying? Oh, dang. No, the gene splicing technology just isn't quite there yet. I know you wanted, you know what I mean? I know you wanted your kid to have elephant feet, but he got the trunk instead. Just got... It's gonna be Wano all over again. It's One Piece Wano. What do we... all the smile... Yo, Oda was onto something. Oda was onto something. Look, he's ahead of his time. Ahead of his time. Ahead of his time. All those funky animal devil fruit, smile fruit users. You know what I mean? We're like, yo, you check girl, she got that blowout. That girl got that blowout. She's just a whole giraffe coming out of her tailbone. She's just a regular person with a whole giraffe back there. She's like, yo, that girl got that blowout one right there. Yo, what are we doing? We're not ready. DC Comics, let me work on that Batman Beyond comic. Stop fronting. Jim Lee, stop fronting. You know what I mean? You know, Hush 2 is coming out. Great. Give me Batman Beyond. You know what I mean? Get that writer that you don't like but you have to have on the team for some reason. Have him write some Batman Beyond stuff and I'll draw it. What can I do? You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? We're just getting started, y'all. We're just getting started. I came in 3 hours late today. Look at that. It's way past my snack time. But look at me thugging it out for y'all. Look at me thugging it out for y'all. Chat, how much do you love me? You don't have to say words, just type in the amount of hearts. You know, that's if you have a verified account and you're following me. Just type in how many hearts. How many do you love me? You love me this many or that many? You know what I'm saying? Yo. Yo, Chad, hit up DC Comics for me. Be like, yo, he's tweeting. Oh wait, he's X-posting. Like, Jim Lee, man, stop fronting. Stop fronting, Jim Lee. Yo, what are we doing? No, I mean DC Comics. What are we doing? Like get that writer with the quickness. Let me get on there. You know what I'm saying? Call me. You know what I mean? I'm like John Wick. Up in here. I'm here for service and I have served. Like, yo, what are we doing? DC Comics. Ease my mind. See what I'm saying? What are we doing? Yo, Greg Capullo. Come on, man. Greg Capullo. Come on, man. Put in a good word for me. You know what I'm saying? I got friends that do comic covers, y'all. They will not hook a brother up. Yo, let me do the cover. Get the writer and the artist that you don't want on the Batman Beyond joint, and I'll do the covers. How about that? Get on my Patreon. You know what I mean? Sign up for the whatever. We'll work out a contract. You know what I'm saying? You don't even gotta pay me. You know what I mean? You don't even have to employ me. Just join the Patreon. You know what I mean? I'll draw them things for you. Everybody trying to save a buck, right? Look at me looking out for you. Look at me, I'm starting to bang on these pictures now. Yo. Dude, anytime I listen to this song, it's like I gotta just drop everything and go watch Cowboy Bebop. Y'all know how much of a Cowboy Bebop fan I am. Dang, man. Why this song had to come on like this? Why did this song have to come on like this? You know what I mean? I fought back the tears on the last song, but this one, I can't fight this song. You know what I'm saying? I can't fight this song. Yo, buddy, what's your name? You just released that one anime. I haven't watched it yet because I don't have You know what I'm saying? The means to watch it. Hideo Kojima watched it already. He bragged about watching it live and not streaming it at all. And I was like, wait, is it on for stream? I couldn't find it for stream. Like, what's it called? Lazarus? The Lazarus director. What's your name? Masamune? What's your name? You know what I mean? Don't make me pull out one of my books and find out what your name is. Yo. Anime director dude. You know that Cowboy Bebop project that everybody wants? We should talk. We should talk. You know what I mean? I'll speak English, you speak Japanese, we'll accomplish nothing, but we should talk. You know what I'm saying? I'm for real. It's time. You know what I mean? Sinners, after 15 years of trailers, they're finally ready to release. I hear Quentin Tarantino's working on his 11th film. Like, it's time. We gotta talk. Is it Shinichiro Watanabe? Is that the name? Is that the one? Is that the one that I'm trying to think about? Shinichiro Watanabe. We need to talk. It's time, you know, that Cowboy Bebop project everybody wants, that nobody knows what it is because it's never coming out, because you ain't never gonna do it. We should talk. I've been streaming for 4 years, yo. I'm over here drawing prosthetic limbs and dinosaurs. I'm doing egg studies. Come on, man. Talked about Cowboy Bebop on every stream. What are we doing? Yo, what are we doing, yo? Yo, dire wolves are back. It's time. Dire wolves are here. Dire wolves came back before Cowboy Bebop did. How crazy is that? How crazy is that? You know what I mean? Y'all can see I love this character, right? You know, I draw these bodacious women. You know what I mean? And I'm not done with that yet. I draw all these bodacious women. I spend all this time on these monster creatures. But y'all can see I love this character, right? I said that at the top of the stream, didn't I? Wasn't I like, yo, I love this character. Where am I at with this? Here we go. Let me let that rock. Are we focused? Oh dang, what's happening over there? What is this? No, that's not what I wanted. There we go. Are we still? What's going on here? Come back to me. Come back to me. Wow. Now you gotta play. There we go. There we go. Sorry about that, y'all. Looked like my screen froze up for a second. Here we go. See that. And then I can barely see that. Okay. Alright. I let that one ride. How long we been going? It's been 3 hours. It's almost halftime. I feel like I gotta use the bathroom though. I'll be honest. You know what I mean? You know what? Let me go do that. I feel like I got. Now that I said it, I really gotta do it. Oh, we're on ad break anyways. Here, let me. When y'all get back from the ad break, let me just ease y'all mind. There we go. Now that we did that, let's go ahead and do this. All right. All right. Look at that. And just like that. Where'd I put the pencil? Don't tell me I left the... Did I bring the pencil with me to the bathroom? Come on. What am I doing? What am I doing? That's crazy. Let's see, are we back? Are we live? It gets crazy when I see the loading, a little loading wheel, or whatever it is. Here we go, one where his face isn't covered. Now we can do this. See, anytime I get the snout in there, like I feel like, all right, I could already see the dog in this picture, but then once that microphone gets in the way, it's crazy. Once a microphone gets in the way, he starts looking like a this and a that. Stuff need to go back like that. All right. Yeah, how we looking? Alright. You know what I mean? Just gotta make sure that the music is speaking to you. Is all. Yo, human beings are gonna have to start fighting for their own rights. They're gonna be like, yo, you know what I mean? Buddy that's half baboon doesn't have to shave, but I gotta shave for this job. Come on, man. What are we doing? Like, that customer had a whole, you know what I mean? Found 15 hairs in their hamburger. I gotta shave. Like, yo. You know what I mean? You at work fighting for human rights because of this half animal person over here getting away with stuff. You got your girl at home with the robot. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? You're like, man, I can't even. Is it like that? Like, I don't trust that robot. It's a little too smart. We We bought the dumb AI robot, but I think he's learning. I think the robot's learning. I think the robot's just pretending to be dumb. Yo, what are we doing? Robot's always winking at you. Is this what I need to be doing? Is this what I need to be doing? Kind of like this, and like that, and like this, and like that, and like this, and like that, and okay. There we go. Yeah, you're gonna have freaks. You're gonna have freaks on the stand talking about, nah, I'm half bonobo. Can't can't help it. You know what I'm saying? Fighting for bonobo rights. You're gonna have a scientist be out there, well, you know the bonobo is only 2, you know what I mean? 1.2 gene percentage away from human bonobo stuff, so they're the way that the body reacts to the thing, to the to the bonobo genetics, is they become very bonobo. Like people, yo, what are we doing, yo? What are we doing? You're gonna be like, you know what I mean? You think there's gonna be like animals in prison, yo? That like animals is gonna be out here in the street. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna have to outlaw like chimpanzee genes. You know what I mean? You're gonna be people that want to have chimpanzee for the muscles, and be like, nah, you know what I mean? I just wanted the muscles. Going around ripping people's faces off, biting people in the ear with your canines. You know what I mean? Like, nah, just have chimpanzee. You're gonna be outlawing chimpanzee genes in people. You know what I mean? You're gonna have to start fighting for like what animals you can and can't be. And then you're gonna have people arguing about it, being like, nah, you can't outlaw these animals because then it's gonna be unfair to the rest of the animals. And then what happens to the animals after they get outlawed? Well, now they're gonna be shunned by society. They're gonna become extinct. What happens then? What happens? You know what I mean? You're gonna have a surplus. You're gonna have a surplus of people being like half dog in this country over here. You know, like we got to introduce bear people into that. You're gonna have a whole dog race versus bear race. You know what I mean? In countries. Won't even be World War no more. There's gonna be wars named after animals. You know what I mean? The Kodiak Bear War of 3097. Be like, people are gonna be making documentaries of it. No bears were harmed in the making of this documentary. They were all people, we swear. They signed the document. You know what I mean? Alex Jones, grandkid is gonna be there. Still talking about, I got the documents, like. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Cleaning services fees are gonna have to go through the roof, cleaning up after all the hair in the household. You know what I mean? Dads are gonna be upset. But why'd you have to give him the shaggy dog gene? I was okay with making him a dog, but why'd we have to make him a shaggy dog, Gene? Look at these house cleaning bills. You know? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just gonna be fur everywhere. You know what I mean? You gotta vacuum the bed every day. You have to vacuum the bed and then make it. Be late to work every day. You know what I'm saying? I had to vacuum. I had to vacuum the house as I left it behind me. It's shedding season. You know what I mean? Spring is upon us. You know what I'm saying? What are we doing? What are we doing? DC Comics, give me that Batman Beyond joint. You know what I mean? Marvel Comics, give me the what's that called? The Savage Lands. Give me the Savage Lands joint, yo. Let me go down there. I'll show you what primitive man really look like. You're gonna have nothing but billboards of people with vacuum cleaners in the Savage Lands. With pterodactyls making nests on top of the billboards. You know what I mean? Dude, don't even get me started when we start gene splicing with insects. You're gonna have centaurs fighting, you know what I mean, fighting praying mantis people with sticks. You know what I'm saying? And call it the Six Limb War. The Six Limb War of 4957. I'm like, yo, what are we doing? Society has collapsed. The praying mantis people have taken over. They figured it out. Like, no, you cannot camouflage. You cannot use your camouflage in the women's bathroom. I'm sorry. No. You're gonna have creeps being like, but like, I thought I saw someone going in there every single day. Just looking like the Predator, 80s graphics Predator. But like, the wall moved weird around the women's bathroom every day. You know what I mean? Now they got me in the psych ward. I knew there was something going on. Just got some creep with praying mantis, camouflage. just hovering above the tampon box in the women's bathroom. Just, yo, what are we doing? What are we doing as a society? You know what I mean? You're gonna have people that wanted to be chickens. I wanted my baby to be protected in a hard shell, okay? Then the Fox family come moving in. You know what I mean? Lawyers are gonna have to sit there and have animal debates. Well, the law states if you lay 5 eggs, you know, one of them's gonna go. You know what I mean? That's just nature. Just happened to go with the coyote over here. You know what I mean? You got a coyote on a stand looking mad guilty with an orange jumpsuit. Orange-haired coyote. His granddad was half mammoth. You know what I mean? But nah, he looked guilty. He knew what he was doing. Yo, what are we doing? What are we doing? The centaur praying mantis war. That's where we're headed. That's where we're headed. I don't hear anybody else talking about what I talk about. It's like I say, I've been live streaming for how many years now, and I'm like, ain't nobody doing what I do. Can't nobody do what I do. All right. Image Comics, what's up? I'm looking for a publisher. I'm this close to self-publishing. Can you convince me to go use you? What do you got? What do you got? You got a lot of customers. Is that what you have to offer for 97% of my cut? 97% of my sales. You can open up. I get 3%. Image Comics, what's up, man? You know, holla at your boy. I'm looking for. I'm looking for a publisher. Man, do I already got? I already got six of these down. Here, let me go ahead and start inking these things. You know what I'm saying? That's what's up. That's what I thought. What's up, Twitter? Twitter, hit the share button. You know what I mean? Tag DC Comics, tag Marvel Comics, tag. You know what I'm saying? Tag that Coogler director. You know what I mean? Tell him I said them vampires was smooth with the guitar. You know what I'm saying? Let them know. Twitter, X, whatever we're calling it now. Tell Elon Musk to you know what I'm saying? Don't tell him to just repost. I want him to quote it too. I want to see what he has to say about the stream. You know what I mean? I want his special thoughts. You know what I mean? Like, he launched the stream, but I caught it. Yeah. With my robot arms. Like, I want to hit, you know what I'm saying? Ooh, here we go. There we go. That'll actually be interesting. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, this first one's looking mad rough. I should fix it, huh? I should fix it before I start rendering. Right. Come here, doggy. Come to me, doggy. Man, that is a difficult. It is so difficult giving these animal faces, yo. It's gonna be so much easier to draw these things when people actually start turning themselves into animals. You know what I mean? Like life drawing classes with people that are half Stegosaurus coming in, and then they start making funky faces. But like, yo, you be the artist and you just be like, yo, just start making faces, because I don't know what, you know what I mean? This looks like when someone has a beak and then makes this face. I never seen somebody with a beak emote before. No, you're gonna have half bird people, yo. The tango is real. The tango is real. The tango's. You know what I mean? You're gonna have people that's. You're gonna have people that's half tango being like, no, I swear we're not tango. We're not a part of the tango clan. We just really like parakeets. What happened was, see, what had happened was my great grandfather. He had a pet cockatiel, and he really loved that cockatiel. You know what I mean? Yo, how would you draw that face with a snout? Drawing that face with why is it so crazy? Is that why? Is that why? Is that why? Let's try this. I gotta redraw this entire joint, yo. I gotta redraw this entire joint. Like, I don't care how snazzy that suit look. Try again, Motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Here we go. Do that one. Do that one. Do that like that. Have this like that. And put this out there. Wait a second. Wait a second. It's supposed to be all the way over here. Ooh, I didn't even think about that. Dang. Look at me not thinking about things. Look at me not thinking about things. You know, detectives on the case. They're like, no, we definitely caught the parakeet feather at the crime scene. There are no parakeets in this neighborhood. There could only be one explanation as to why there was a parakeet feather over there at the crime scene. Nah, but maybe that was just a regular parakeet. Nah, this feather is a special feather. You could tell by the follicle on it that it was actually spliced in with half chimpanzee DNA, and the only person that fits that description is was in Minnesota at the time. Like, people just watching the documentary. Oh, how are they gonna figure this one out? But how do you explain the parakeet feather? You know what I mean? It was a magical feather. The feather floated all the way from the getaway vehicle that was parked 2 blocks over, all the way up. Feds is gonna be, Feds is gonna be on one. You know what I'm saying? Feds are gonna be like half spliced with like mole DNA, so that way they don't even have eyes. You can't even look at them in the eyes while they're testifying on stand, just lying to you. Fed gonna have no eyes, like yes, definitely. I looked over the entire case. I saw the whole thing. I read the entire report. It's 100 absolute conclusiveness that they for sure that is a magical parakeet feather that was there at you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, what are we what are we doing? What are we doing? What, what are we doing, yo?
So he's carrying a sandbag, and I believe he has a weight vest on as well. And I think the whole world that he was over 200 pounds and goes over a mile with over 200 pounds.
Ooh, maybe that's it.
Just walking like outside. I'm not sure if this is not going to be what I'm trying to do is, you know, even if he's not that too, like,
Is that what it is? You know what I mean? You're gonna have the news anchor be like, yo, that Fed didn't see anything. It's ridiculous that we're all listening to somebody who doesn't even have eyes about what they saw. We're gonna have to sit there and make debates. You know, that goes against the mole rights of the mole right that was implemented in 2753. We implemented the law that we were not going to deny moles what they saw and what they didn't see, despite the fact that they don't have eyes. We have to accept that these moles have these moles can see, even though they don't possess eyesight. Still going to be debating whether or not there's actual third eye in the brain. You know what I mean? Saw it with the third eye. It's telekinesic, I swear. How else could he know that? That Fed is half genius. Gonna have like you know what I'm saying? Monk is gonna be like a real detective show for real. He's a half hypogel. Yo, yo, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? TV shows are gonna be off the hook. You're gonna have pelicans fishing off of a pier, catching surfers that are half hammerhead. You're gonna have surfers diving off the board, going into the water to eat bread. Saw a whole loaf of bread. I couldn't help myself. He's hooked. You know. You're gonna have catfish hooked on catnip. Oh my god. Yo. Mr. Drew on all socials. Mr. Drew on Patreon. You know what I'm saying? Follow, like, and subscribe. Mr. Drew, you know what I mean? Get my merch. Why haven't you got my merch? How dare you? How dare you judge me for my merch? I have merch rights, you know. That's why it doesn't work. I'm tripping. There it is. That was all. That was all I needed right there. Dang, look at me with a snaggletooth out there like that. But yes, you could be the announcer, but you cannot pull your face this way or that way. You're not allowed to bare teeth. People take it as a sign of aggression. You're making people you're making people nervous with your canines poking out like that. You know what I mean? Cops are gonna be, you know what I mean, taking out more innocent people just because they're half dog. You know what I mean? And they were smiling and they were like, I just saw sharp teeth and, you know what I'm saying, I got scared. You know what I mean? I didn't know my taser was on this side. I just went straight for the hammer. You know what I mean? Security footage is gonna pick up just one snaggletooth, pick it up, be like, see, the teeth were out. The teeth were out. That was a sign of aggression. They're like, no, he was just trying to get the lettuce that he had in his hamburger out of from in between his teeth when he had lunch. And now he gone. I'm like, oh, was it the cop's fault? Cop's gonna be like, look, I saw the teeth, you know what I mean? The teeth were out. I felt threatened, you know what I mean? I went for the taser. I didn't know it was the gun. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing, yo? What are we doing? We got half woolly mammoth mice and dire wolves. Alright. AI is making copies of itself. And, And the people that made the AI swear that they destroyed all copies and rebooted it. You know what I mean? Honest engine. Oh my god. Yeah, okay. Okay. I'm gonna be the first person that gets a Kill Tony ticket without ever even being on the show. He gonna give me the golden ticket. Kill Tony, where's my golden ticket at, man? How much did I do for you? Did I do over six? Did I do over 60 seconds? Give me my golden ticket. You think I'm standing in line for you? Get out of here. Yo. Yeah, it has to kind of go like that, and it has to kind of go like that. Because then that side is still regular. There we go. Y'all gonna watch Kill Tony and be like, yeah, I've never done this before, but this person, you've never seen them on the show, but they have a golden ticket. Golden ticket that I gave unanimously over the web. Like, this guy's an idiot. You're gonna love him. Let me just do some of my gene splicing material. Right? Yo, focus. Focus for me. Yeah, that face is just silly like that. So I'm missing something. I'm missing something at this angle, or else this angle is just so funny that it just looks weird. Cause it's like better, but then also I mean, you're gonna have people that are like half chicken, trying to be firefighters, smelling all good and stuff. When anytime they go to fight a fire, they're gonna be over there. They're gonna be over there like, yo, you know what I mean? They're gonna have to outlaw half chicken people from being firefighters because they just smell too good, and then they just grease through the suit, and then the suit catches. The suit just gets so oily. They'll be like, nah, we could only keep you outside of the fire, but like you could never go into the fire, half chicken man. We're sorry. They're like, no, but I could really do it. You know what I mean? Like I swear I could really get in there and I could save these people. They're like, no, you gotta stay outside with the hose. And you just gotta stay out there and you just spray and pray. That's all you gotta do is just spray and pray. You got chickens outside of fires, just and be like, and you gotta stay, you know what I mean, 50 feet from the house. All right, we're gonna have to like strengthen the fire hose pressure in order to be able to shoot water far enough so that way the heat doesn't affect how good the half chicken people are gonna smell when they get close to fire. People that's like nah, yo. We can't let the half chicken people be firefighters anymore. We're sorry, folks. You know what I mean? We had to outlaw it in 3153. You know, in year 3153, we had to outlaw chicken people becoming firefighters because they just smelled so good. You know what I mean? We would fight the fires, we would save the people, and then we would all enjoy a nice jacuzzi full of chicken afterwards. You know what I mean? Cannibalism's coming back in a strong way. We're gonna have mad cow disease. But for real. But like, be like, nah, we worship cows over here, and you're like, oh, bet, yo, hit me with some of that thing. You coming in, stepping into Asia with a patchy coat and some bovine feet looking mad hoofy. You know what I mean? Your ears stick out like that. You got some little horns like that. You know what I mean? People are like, yo, it's the second coming of Ganesh. We all just had to bow down. You know what I mean? Yo, you're gonna have a half goat person being like, I'm the second coming of Jesus. just paratrooping in off of the highest building, just parasailing. Wearing a dashiki with half goat gene, a dashiki and a sword. just parasailing in with a parachute on his back. He's just gonna glide in and land in the middle of Manhattan and just be like, yes, I finally returned, my children. Oh. Like, as you can see, it says in Matthew 15:18, and he will come back as a goat with fire in one hand and a sword in the other one. And you see how we wore dashikis. I know the painting showed you we were wearing togas, but in the actual fact, we were wearing dashikis. And then he's gonna be wearing a dashiki and be like, "See, I told you, with my Birkin sandals." Birkin sandals is gonna have to be wearing them. Make a cut for hoof. Like, I don't even know how to fit the strap on here. It's just a cylinder. You don't even have the toes to put the thing onto grip. What? People ain't gonna know how to make shoes no more. It'd be like, dashiki's just gonna be making horseshoes, and then the half horse people are gonna be like, oh, we resent that. We cannot. Those shoes are not made for horses. You cannot call them horseshoes. They're only made for goats. You gotta call them goat shoes. Then you got a whole brand of goat shoes coming out. Yo, give me a percentage of that one, actually. You know what I mean? Gee, Mr. Drew, the way that my bank account is set up, just send me tips on X. Yo, you got goat shoes. You know what I mean? Jesus, second coming of Jesus is gonna come back and show you the bottom of his hoofs and be like, let me see your goat shoes. You know what I mean? But like, nah, we know this brand. This brand came out 15 years ago. You are not the second coming of Jesus. You are a fraud, sir. But like, nah, but you're gonna have people that are half mosquito walking on water and be like, yeah, see, he's a fraud. Look at me, I'm walking on water over here. No water pressure. You know what I mean? Oh my God, what are we doing? What are we doing, people? What are we doing? The dire wolf has returned. Oh my God. Okay, where are we at? Are we at 4 hours yet? This is just a hard, funky face to draw with this sort of anatomy. I promise you. So I'm just gonna let this one live. I don't even know if I need to render these things out, honestly. I might just need to draw. I might just need to draw more. So we are at halftime. We are 4 hours deep. I'm so hungry. I ain't nothing but gas right now, all this talking. Where we at? I came in 3 hours late. I'm 3 hours past my snack time. I am hungry. So I'm gonna take my 15. I will be back. Y'all enjoy, you know what I mean, these sounds, these beautiful sounds of whatever this is. You know what I mean? Let me go ahead and you know what? I'll raise it up a little bit more like that for y'all as well. So yeah, 15 BRB.
I think it's time we blow this thing. Get everybody stuff together. Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
Alright, where we at? Oh, dang. My bad, y'all. I had to refill the water. I was over there refilling water like, nah, I should be good. I should be good. Boom. And we're back. Sorry about that, y'all. Oh, jeez. Alright, sorry about that. Yeah, why is this one so difficult to draw? Like all these other ones, good or bad, you know what I mean? Actually, they're all good, except for that one. Except for this one. I hate it. I hate it. I hated the first one. I hate this one. what? 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 What's going on with this picture? We're not gonna move on until we get this picture figured out. Part of me is thinking that it has something to do with something, and then you know what I mean. But clearly, it ain't that. Alright. Let's try this one more time. Maybe I just need to look at something else for a second. Maybe. So let's do this. Let's get you in there right.
The conga drum.
All right. See. So if you're like this, and you're looking like that, and you're looking like that, and you got that, and you got that, and then you got that, and you even have all this, and you got those. I can't believe I have to go all the way to the basics with this one, but apparently I do. And see, immediately, like right here, it already looks wrong, is what I'm saying. And it's the same wrong that I've been seeing the entire time. It already looks wrong. Just that last line. Just that last line that I made right there, I'm like, nope. So is it this? Does that need to go like that? And does that need to go like that? That already looks better. What planet is this? Alright. Kind of getting somewhere. Yeah, those teeth are always gonna make you look angry, huh? You got some big teeth like that? You don't even have to be making an angry face. Just those teeth alone. Man, that's gonna be a problem. That's gonna be a problem. You know what I mean? Okay, so is this the issue? O M G O. That was the issue. That's crazy. I ain't never put a set of lips on a dog before, but you know what I mean? There's a first time for everything, ain't it? And it a first and it a first time for everything to sit there and put a set of lips on a dog. You know what I mean? Don't lie, don't sit there and leave me out here by myself. Don't act like you ain't did that before. Wow. So that's what it was. That's an interesting thing. That's an interesting thing. Like phonetically, when in animation we do this thing where you make a character and that character has it doesn't have to talk, but if the character talks, then you have to make this thing that is what like the mouth looks like when they speak, you know what I mean? So when they enunciate and they make certain sounds with their mouth, what does that look like? It's similar like to what do they look like when they're angry, when they're sad, when they're yelling, when they're laughing, when they're happy, when they're melancholy. Like whatever it is, you always got to make that character sheet, you know what I mean, based around certain emotions, whatever for a character. Same thing with the sounds of the mouth, because your mouth changes shape according to the thing. That's why there's like language and accents, and certain languages don't sound out certain words because well when they speak another language, because like they just never had that sound in their language ever, you know what I mean? So you're so their mouths never made those shapes in order to make those sounds, you know what I mean? The way that sound works is it's you know what I mean, your lungs pushing the air and up and out, you know what I mean? So your mouth shapes itself in order to be able to make sounds with it. That's why your A, E, I, O, U all sound different, you know what I mean? Even though it's the same breath, same mouth, you know what I mean? Like the shape is under constant change when we're sounding things out. Animators have to animate that. So just like we have to draw the characters with all their like emotional faces, maybe not necessarily all of them, but you know what I mean, with a lot of them, you know what I mean, especially a wide variety of them that they're going to be feeling on the regular. Like if we're talking about the Cowboy Bebop crew, you know what I mean, we want to see them laughing, we want to see them yelling, we want to see them kind of quiet, angry, we kind of want to see them smirking, you know what I mean? Like you can imagine all those characters doing those with their emotions. Same thing with like, well, what are they gonna say? Well, what are they gonna be saying? Well, they're kind of gonna be saying everything. You know what I mean? Because there's 26 episodes and there's a whole lot of dialogue, so they're gonna be saying a lot. So you have to kind of find the lip flaps of like what that's going to look like. This is super interesting because I ain't never put a set of lips on a dog before, you know? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I'm kind of glad I worked on his character. You know what I mean? Like, for instance, I don't think I've worked on any kind of monstrous characters. Like I worked on the fishy people, but they had lips. I worked on the Cyclops character, but he had lips. I worked on the you see what I'm saying? Like even though I drew the dinosaur isn't like an intelligent thing that's gonna be speaking. So it's like it's not gonna be like having like a wide variety of sounds coming out of his mouth. So you don't need to really worry about that. But yeah, when you're taking animal characters and they have like these faces, these facial structures that are different from humans, then yeah, interesting. Because now I kind of want to see what these characters look like and what did I draw for them, because I never got around to that with these characters here, which would probably kind of be the closest thing to yeah, where do I got these characters at? Yeah, I didn't do anything like that as far as like trying to capture their emotions. I just kind of like really did a whole bunch of fun sketches. You know what I mean? Made them look mean. I'm gonna have to go ahead and I haven't addressed that character yet. Yeah, these things are more like the environment anyways, but I didn't work on that character yet. So I'm good. Yeah, so you know what I mean? I have another monster character here, but he's, you know what I mean? Like his mouth is always gonna be so funky, you know what I mean? Just because he doesn't have like lips, he's got like the mandibles and all that other stuff. That's another thing to think about. You know what I mean? You be thinking about like the Predator. There's a new Predator movie coming out, or is it a animated episodic sort of cartoon sort of thing? Either way, it looks mean. You know what I mean? With the new Predator animation that's gonna be coming out. Well, yeah, like those things, they have like mandibles. You know what I mean? Like they got that funky Predator mouth, like that. But they wouldn't be able to make the same sounds that we do because their lips don't operate like ours do. And even if they tried to, sorry, all this talking, I'm taking in so much even if they tried to, the shape of the mandibles alone would get in the way of them being able to make the same sounds as us. So they'd be, even if they got close and made something similar, they still wouldn't be able to do it. You know what I mean? But that's kind of like how this guy's mouth worked. But yeah, same thing. I didn't really draw anything as far as like how he talk. This character ain't gonna be saying nothing anyways. You know what I'm saying? Like he will, but he won't. You know. But you know what I mean? Monster character, no dialogue. All people. We already know how people talk. Like this guy here, yeah, same thing. Even though I didn't draw him as monstrous, I gave him a little bit of humanity. You know what I mean? Still, there's nothing to really suggest anything anything too crazy. He just has like a regular person mouth with just some like tusk. You know what I mean? Which I'm sure would affect, you know what I mean, the way you talk. He probably sounds like the Godfather with like the cotton balls in his mouth or something like that. You know what I mean? With the tusks sitting on the outside like that. And you gotta be talking. See, this is all the fun stuff that we get to do. But like, yo, what that sound like? What's that sound like? What that look like? That's the fun part about being an animator. You know what I mean? Robots, you just give them a sound box if you wanted to. That's why it never really made. It's really weird to see, like, yeah, see what I mean? As far as like the Cyclops, he still just had regular lips. He got the cleft thing going on, but you know what I mean? People with cleft lip, they more or less sound like regular. What am I doing? What am I doing drawing birds over here? I haven't seen this in the longest time. Why am I drawing birds on a power line like this? What am I doing? What am I doing? That's crazy. Yeah, so that's interesting. That's actually going to be a whole lot of fun. That's actually going to be a whole lot of fun. That's why I hated this picture this entire time. I never actually drew, even when I made animal characters like in college. I can recall like I made a gorilla. Glorilla? Gorilla. Gorilla. Character. But it was a gorilla, so he had like, you know what I mean? Look like one of them, just like maybe with some big teeth. So yeah. That's interesting. That's gotta be so much fun. And for the record, I never really watched all those movies before with all the animals and stuff, like those animal movies. You know, to see how they animate those things. Like the Madagascar movies, you know what I mean? Like, I'm sure I've seen them, but I never really like studied them, you know what I mean? Like, I never really watched them. I was probably watching them in a setting where I just sat there and enjoyed it, but you know what I mean? Like, they didn't catch my attention like that for me to have to sit down and watch it by myself, like with, you know what I mean, with my artist eye and all that other stuff. So I never saw like Zootopia, you know what I mean? Like, I never, same thing. Like, all those animal movies I never really paid attention to. But I'm willing to bet that most of the time, probably the ones that I watch the most are like, ooh. I said I was going to break out some books for y'all, didn't I? But I'm going to break out some books. I'm gonna get y'all that Ashley Wood joint that I was talking about. So we're going to go ahead and do some of that Ashley Wood joint so we could talk about that. And then I'm going to break out the first book. I'll say that again. I'm gonna give y'all a little bit of Ashley Wood that I was talking about at the beginning of the live stream, beginning of the podcast. I was talking about Ashley Wood doing a robots versus zombies series, and I went ahead and I got those because he had a really interesting art style. I'm gonna have to speak up more on Ashley Wood at a later time, but I just want to show y'all that because we can start to see the road that we're going to be heading down with all this everlasting life and animal people and gene splicing and robots and androids and AI and all that other stuff. And, you know what I mean? People's place in it. According to Ashley Wood, of course. And then, it's only one mind, one perspective, right? And then, I'm going to break out the first book. What do I mean by the first book? I mean, if you see my library, I mean, I know a lot of you know that I got one, but if you've seen my library, this is the one that set it all in motion. And it's going to be interesting to look at that one just with what I'm talking about the animal lip flaps. I ain't never put lips on a dog before. Ah, that's what it's called. I was sitting there, I was like, yo, I know I got 2 of these books. Why can't I find it? The other one was called World War Robot. So he has Zombies versus Robots, and then he has World War Robot. Now I got these back at a time. I'm still not good at drawing robots and cybernetic stuff and things like that. Like look at what I do when I try to draw like robots and I think about robotic stuff. You know what I mean? Like yeah, like you know what I mean? Like I start drawing silly things. Like I'm like, yeah, I got like a little smart robot, look like a Roomba over here. You know what I mean? And then it goes ahead and does some like nunchaku stuff. And you know what I mean? And then like look at what I draw when I draw robots. Like I never had like a really strong robotic machinery sense. It's one of those things that like really compels me. So yeah, it's actually really interesting that these Ashley Wood books are from the early days. And yeah, Zombies versus Robots, World War Robot. I couldn't find the World War. I was like, I know I got 2 of these books. Where's the other one at? And it was all the way in the other section. So yeah, we're gonna look at some zombies and robots and some robots, and then we're gonna look at the first book. So if you're not familiar with Ashley Wood, and when I say he has like a loose style that was very reminiscent of those concept artist books that kind of like created shape with color, light, and tone, but they didn't really draw stuff. It was very impressionistic and you know what I mean, science fiction-y. And because everything was very impressionistic, it was all very interpreted differently depending on who you are, and you're looking at it differently from like somebody who drew something that's extra detailed and extra, you know, this is definitely exactly what this thing is, you know what I mean? Like how I was drawing tattoos back in the day, like it's very like specific when you drew something, you know what I mean? The line had to be perfect, the shading had to make sense, and there was no doubt blacking out sort of areas. It was all very concise, clean artwork. And you know what I mean? Artists like Ashley Wood kinda like taught me, didn't teach me. I have no affiliation with the guy. I don't even know if it's a guy, to be honest with you, but I think it is. And we're not going to go through the whole book, but this is more or less his style. I guess in this one, because it reads a little bit like a graphic novel, it's a little bit more graphic novel-y. Probably won't spend too much time in here, but I know his World War Robot book definitely got like a lot more of the paintings in it and stuff. And yeah, Ashley Wood did work on the Spawn stuff. I have that book. It's yeah. Let's see. Oh yeah, it's all extra glossy. My bad. Look at that robot. But you know what I mean? I'm not gonna read any of this stuff for you, but you can see like Ghost in the Machines, and there's a new Ghost in the Shell coming out too. Yo, we got a new Ghost in the Shell coming out. We got a new Predator coming out. Look at these series that are making comebacks and things like this. So yeah, Ashley Wood worked on Spawn. You know what I mean? It was I forget what it was called, Spawn something. But he has this really loose style. And back when I was showing y'all the comic book covers, when I was showing y'all that book on that episode. I don't know, maybe 10 episodes ago, whatever it was. And then you know, they were showing all the random like kind of covers in the back of it. Alex Ross did one of the covers, and I was like, yo, Alex Ross always humanizes these superheroes. He's really good at it. And then Ashley Wood was another one of the covers in the back there, I believe. And but yeah, so these aren't his paintings. These look to be a little bit more like his drawings. These drawings all have like a really strong like Jim Mafood Food One Art feel to them. You know what I mean? I mean, obviously it's not that. Like they're definitely both their own artists with their own styles and stuff like that. Like this was super cool. But you could even see how, like in this book, the graphic style isn't even that much of a like a comic book, your typical comic book style. You know what I mean? It was books like this really early on that got me. Look at this. Y'all saw my sticky note size rendering of the planet, and it wasn't even digital. Come on, I'm sick with it like that. Like comparatively. Look at me. I mean. So yeah, like you can see that the graphic style is really different. Wait, let me make sure we're not in any sort of crazy town. Oh, that's insane. They're talking about relating zombies and these girls with I'm sure there's a commentary narrative happening there. Yo, Sinners got vampires in it? Yo, does Sinners have vampires in it? Is that what's happening? Is there a commentary happening? Okay. So yeah, you can start to see all the zombies, all the robots. This is a big book. I'm not even halfway through it. You know what I mean? I'm trying to see where does the Ashley Wood style, the loose painting style. Look at that, looking like Iron Man Mach 1. But yeah, super interesting stuff when you start to piece together like futuristic robots and zombies together. Zombies being a narrative of a fallen society, while robots being a advancement in society, sort of thing. When you deal with the dichotomy of, like, you know what I mean, all those sort of narratives. Let's see, like even this is more his style. Let's check out this other book. So yeah, this one was just World War Robot. You know what I mean? These were probably back in my PlayStation 3 days when I was into these sort of things. And you know, playing the Metal Gear stuff. I think Ashley Wood also worked on the Metal Gear graphic novel that I have. Look at this. This book is dirty. That's how old it is. It's probably dirt from like my old studio that I used to live in. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, see, so this guy was making really loose artwork and really, you know, narrative-driven art in his book. But his style was so different from my own, where my style was always, like I said, really clean, like really specific. These are all very impressionistic, you know what I mean? So these things always kind of caught my attention because, like, I don't know, I guess the impressionistic style just lent itself to me being like filling in the information for myself, you know what I mean? Like even textures, even the textures of like this paint at the top, like splattered like that, you know what I mean? And these like thick, chunky kind of paint strokes that are happening in order to like make all these shapes and all this other stuff. This was like my introduction to being like, you know what I mean? Like, cause if you look at my old work from this time, and I can pull up a picture, it was all very detailed, and it was all like, I was still working like heavily in pencil, and you know what I mean, picking up inks, but I was picking up inks for tattooing, you know what I mean, and applying my ink skills towards like the tattooing art style. If y'all remember that time I cracked open the Chris Garber book and talked about how, you know what I mean, how significant line art is, you know what I mean, we can, you know what I mean, go watch that one. I forget what episode that one, that was a while back, like a month or two, but yeah, like, see what I'm saying? And they're interesting designs, you know what I mean? Like, you have these robots that are extra simplistic, and it's like, you know, he has a painting here, and then he has like a description over here of what like this thing is. So like I was saying, like he has like these like story and artwork, but it doesn't really come together in the form or fashion of like a comic book or a graphic novel. It's kind of like an artist with his ideas, and he had time to paint something, and it looks cool, and it's like boom, painting, story, and it kind of comes together, but it kind of doesn't. So I'll even just read what this expert says. Expert? Export? Read excerpt. Read what this excerpt says about this little thing right here. The Square, smallest of all the robot designs by Rothschild and Company. Essentially, an autonomous intelligence, allied troop position, enemy position, telemetry, gathering machine. The Square plays such a pivotal part in all battlefields on both sides that Rothschild had to devise special empathy features on top of heavy armor to help lengthen their uptime in the field. Known as the Carnival Effect, the Square attempts to disarm all those who come across it with sickly, childish features. Oh wow. Let me read that again. The Square attempts to disarm all those who come across it with sickly, childish features combined with specially designed audio emissions of phrases such as, "Why can't we just get along?" and "Come out and play," all with the tone of a small child. Now that's something that anime gets down with a lot, ain't it? Variations of the Square have also made an impact in the civilian sector, including emergency logistics and light cartage. Excerpt from Tome O Bots by Leopold Placide. So you see, it kind of is like, here's a story about this thing. And now, so this is like I said, it's called World War Robots. So there's like robots being involved in a war. And what they're saying is like this box will come out there and kind of be like this little emission of positive energy amongst it. You can see it has like the goofy face, has like the baby tooth, all that other stuff to disarm people. You know what I mean? Catch you unawares. There's a movie I talk about often enough, Wrath of the Ninja. There's a scene in that one where one of the demons is a little child, and the guy that comes across the demon, one of the main characters, he's just like, you know what I mean, like he's caught off guard by this child, and he's like, "Yo, there's a battlefield, you don't want to be here, da 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 da," and then the child like so he was disarmed by this little kid, and then the little kid just turned out to be a demon, and then like kind of caught him off guard, transformed, got him. Like he was all like, and then all messed up, and then he went out like he went out pretty awesome after that. Wrath of the Ninja, great movie. It's super dated, but you know what I mean. If I were to ever want to remake a film, it would be that one. But yeah, see, you got some cool stuff here. Looking like Kojima's Death Stranding World War I soldiers right there. The skeletons in the World War I uniforms with a giant, you know what I mean? A giant whatchamacallit, Metal Gear back there, essentially. So you can see how this guy, how he lent himself to the art style of Metal Gear, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if his art was lent to the video games, but you know what I mean? Robots, war, pretty much writes itself. So yeah, see, so it's like it's a series of paintings, and there's no like real words to it, but you know what I mean. I'm sure he kind of worked on all these things with a narrative in mind. He just never really got around to like really doing it. But it's essentially just robots with guns. That's all a Metal Gear is. It's a robot with guns. You know what I mean? I guess you can say that it's something like a like any other machine, I suppose, like a tank or whatever. I just think that the only difference is maybe these robots have sentience. That's the part that I'm kind of forgetting. Unless that was a rare occurrence where on a rare occasion, maybe one of the robots gained sentience. Look at that one. But yeah, so way back in the day, I was kind of getting into these other artists with these extremely loose styles, because I thought it was, I was probably even thinking how interesting it was that I'm still working with like pencil and ink and probably some painting, that my stuff still had like outlines to it, you know what I mean? Not that I'm thinking that like having outlines is a bad thing, I don't think that at all, but you can kind of see how my work nowadays, like even though I use line, by the time I'm done with a picture, half of the lines are probably gone, right? You know what I mean? So yeah, I've definitely allowed myself to be influenced by these other styles. These things are pretty cool. Well, that's a bummer. I thought that the zombies versus robots was going to be like this book. I forgot that it was like kind of a bunch of different artists working together. But yeah, this is actually wood style. I wonder what that guy's doing now. You know what I mean? I didn't exactly keep up with him. I mean, we're talking about like these are my DeviantArt days. You know what I'm saying? So back in the DeviantArt days, like all of this stuff was like crazy to me. Now I just kind of enjoy it for what it is. Like, I still enjoy this sort of style because of the people are not living great in this world. So yeah, I still enjoy like the way that these simplistic shapes, like, I don't know how much I would ever do anything like this. Like, you see how like I just drew a robot arm. I was just showing y'all a robot arm, the left arm of that lady. Now, like, look at this robot arm. Like, I could have just as easily done something like this and drove some like really big screws in, you know what I mean, to represent some joints and all that other stuff. But like, I don't know, not my style, right? You know what I mean? Not trying to be disrespectful or anything, but it's just like I wouldn't do that. I'm trying to learn how this thing can actually be utilized in a cute sort of way. You know what I mean? Where things like this kind of really have a sense of like power, but also a sense of obtuseness to them. You know what I mean? Where they seem to be a little bit limited, and you know, my style, just the way that I kind of go about detailing all my work, you know, a side effect of having clean work is like always the amount of detail. So I always like anytime I come across an artist with like a really good like sense of like artistic whatever, you know what I mean? But it's all very simplistic. See what I'm saying? Like, these are all just a few brush strokes. I don't even know if this is all traditional media. Could have been done with like Corel paint, considering when it came out. You know what I'm saying? But either way, so like artists like this like definitely help me feel like, you know what, I can be an artist that beyond whatever. But also, I wanted to break out this book because of what we were just talking about with the lips on the dog. And I was just like, that's interesting, because I never watched any of these animal movies with the artistic eye. I kind of just like always watch things. But this is the book that started it all. This, y'all can go ahead and blame this book for the infatuation that I have with concept art, behind the scenes, and all that other stuff. Like, I had already been the movie buff who gets the special DVD that has all the extra features. I always got started getting into Blu-rays when Blu-rays would have more special features than the DVDs. So I was like, I gotta get Blu-rays now. You know what I mean? PlayStation 3 days. PlayStation played the Blu-rays. That was awesome. And you know what I mean? Like, always watch the behind the scenes, always watch the extra features, always watch the interviews, always watched all that stuff. I was already doing that, but this book, when I came across this book first time, I was in college. I went to the library. I had to go check out something, I don't even know, and then I accidentally brushed up against this book. And I was just like, you know what I mean, careless, just opened it up, and I was just like, you know what I'm saying? I went full Tim and Eric, you know what I mean, in outer space, you know what I mean? Like I opened up this book and something happened. I don't even know. I couldn't explain it. I don't even know how I got into watching the extra features on movies and DVDs and watching interviews and all that other stuff. I don't even know. Like, that's just something that I just did. And I grew up on VHS, so it's not like we had VHSs that did all that. Like, I still remember we had like X-Men on VHS. You know what I mean? Like, the first X-Men movies were on VHS. I remember we still had like Lord of the Rings on VHS. You know, like I grew up on VHS. I don't know when I was like somewhere between watching VHSs and sometime in my DVD, you know, watch hood. Like I got into watching all the extra special features. Couldn't even tell you. I didn't have that moment, you know what I'm saying? But y'all could go ahead and blame this book. You know what I mean? Great movie. Great movie. But y'all go ahead and blame this book. Let's see, can I turn the pages without words? Like, this one I will sit down with y'all for a minute. I came in 3 hours late. I'm gonna stay late with y'all, don't worry. You know what I mean? I'm gonna push past the tired I just had. I just took my snack break, so I'm feeling fresh, mad late. Oh, dang, it's that time where I usually end the stream already, but I came in late, so this is what we doing. Like, yo, come on. Come on, even right now, this is insane. It doesn't even have a name on it. What a shame. It doesn't even have a name on it. You know what I mean? This is what you get paid the big bucks for. This is just so you don't get to put your name on it. And then you wonder why I make I do Patreon and I do commissions on Patreon. You know what I mean? That's why, you know, I have documentation on my freelance work that I do where it's like, nah, I get to put my name on this and I get to keep this in my portfolio. You know what I'm saying? Like, anybody want to know how serious I take my work? I take my work extremely serious. Look how beautiful this book is. Work does not have a name on it. DreamWorks made this, yo. DreamWorks made this. You know what I mean? Don't worry about who. You look up DreamWorks company, you see that they got like 200,000 employees, and you're just like, which one of them did it? But DreamWorks made this. Nah, it's all good, yo. It's all good. I'm sure they got paid, right? See, some of these they have to have. Yeah. See, some of these have names on it. Yeah. So some of these got names on them. That's what's up. That's good. You know what? The front pages probably got names on them too. That's probably just on a different page, right? On a later page, being like, yo, the page before this. Okay. Yeah. Max Boas. So Max Boas did. Oh no, that's this one. Who did this one? Yeah, Village Marketplace. Richie Sakiliak. Rich Sakiliak? Nah, I bet he rich now. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo. Good job giving the artist credit. Look at me talking. Like, look at this book, yo. I don't think there's anything. I don't think there's any waste in this book at all. Imagine you never looking at a concept art book in your life, and then you just come across this joint. Like, this is kind of what I wish the Cyberpunk video game concept art book was. One, this one's already like mad thicker. It got more pages in it, and then it's got crazy artwork in it. When I say things like, man, I wish Resident Evil 8 had a concept art book, I don't even mean like this. I would just like any type of concept art book on Resident Evil Village. You know what I'm saying? As long as it got the Heisenberg stuff, you know what I'm like, I'm there. Like, I wouldn't even expect concept art books to go this hard. I mean, look at even the storyboards are lit. I mean, look at these storyboards. I mean, this looks. Why have we never got a Kung Fu Panda fighting game, did we? But we got like these storyboards. Don't you want to be Tai Lung and fight Master Wagwu, whatever Oogway, whatever his name is? You know what I'm saying? Like, don't you want to do that? Don't you want to play that in a game? Like, look at this stuff, man. Not a single page goes. Not a single page is wasted. Can I move this light so that way I don't have to keep moving the thing around, because I just. Oh damn, light all up in my face now. But maybe this is the way I just gotta do it. Nobody look at my face. So, I mean, nothing wasted. Not one page is wasted. Even this, like I'm still like, why doesn't Kung Fu Panda look like this? I'm not saying why doesn't he look like this, but I'm just saying, like, why doesn't I don't get the same feeling. I don't get the same feeling when I look at these things. Like, look at Tigress. I don't get the same feeling when I look at these things. Look how hardcore it looks to see, like, the snake just levitating, floating. Look at the narrative that's happening in here with all these masters. All these masters that have, like, they're like Jedi masters floating, even the cricket. And then he's like, come on, man. Yo, every page, every individual page. I don't even look at this book as often as I should. You know what I mean? Just because this is what happens. I stop, drop, and I open up shop, and I just like, I could stare at any single one of these pages forever. I'm not even into 3D art like this. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even into it. But it's laid out so well. You know what I mean? And it's still so cool. You know what I mean? Look how cool these characters are. Does this page fold out or something? It does. See what I'm saying? Never looking at a concept art book before, and then it's giving you this. You see what I'm saying? How crazy is that they made the rhinos look like that what was it, the Van Gogh sketch of the rhinos or something like that? Somebody drew something about a rhino, and they were like, yeah, it looks like it had armor on it, and they literally drew an animal that had armor on it, and they were like, this is what the animal looked like. But the artist had never seen a rhino in their life. See, like, look at this stuff. Look at what Tai Lung looked like. You got Tai Lung looking like Zuko over here. You know what I'm saying? Like, check out. You know, even just seeing how different it looks from the movie is interesting. It's interesting, and the artwork is still good. I don't know if I've come across another concept art book in my entire library. That's why I say it's a problem, because it's like, I got this one, but if I only stuck with this one, I would just be drawing everything like it's, you know what I mean? Like I'm embracing Chinese Kung Fu culture, and only Chinese Kung Fu culture, had this been the only book that I got. Like, I started getting into everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, look how cool these things are. Like, the breakdown with characters and shapes. Like, look at what I'm drawing right now with this dog in a suit. You know what I mean? and you got this panda with the clothes on. So cool, man. So cool. Like Poe don't look anything like this. Dang. Not one page is wasted. Wow, so that wasn't even a 3D render, that was someone doing artwork. And they did a whole bunch. It's so crazy. I wonder what that is. I wonder what's going on there. The shoulders look a little funny, but it's whatever. Probably some bear anatomy stuff I don't know nothing about. Look at that. Storyboards. See what I'm saying? This is what I'm talking about when we talking about like drawing a character with their face with emotions and stuff like that as animators. Right, we do this often. Maybe not draw this many or this much. You know what I mean? Because you know you got like a few in a row right here that all kind of look the same. But you know what I mean? If you just pick one from this row, one from this row, you know what I mean? The ones that are all like very different from one another. You know what I mean? We got to do stuff like this. But since I'm not working on the animation yet, I'm just using the, you know what I mean, just creating the look. Like, I always love this one. I always love this one. I just like how everything is broken down into shape. Like, it's so simple. The line economy in these simple shapes is nuts, you know? So you had them start here with a turnaround, and y'all see me do those turnarounds all the time, right? But then they took those turnarounds and then they played with it until they found shapes that they like. You probably wanted to see like where do the lights fall, where do the darks fall, what does it look like when he does this and that. And you could take any of these simplistic shapes and then you can apply them to any 3D model, any, you know what I mean, any amount of clothes. You could take any of these right here and then dress them up like this one, and now, you know what I mean, you can get that. You can get that look. And then with all those simplistic faces like this, you know what I mean, then throw one of these on top of it, and now you got the face, you got the clothing, and you got the pose. We're only 30 pages in, yo. Like, that's the problem with this book. Not a page gets wasted. Not a page gets wasted. I can't even speak on the second movie or the third movie. Did the fourth movie come out yet? Like, are they making a fifth movie by now? Like, I don't even know anymore. You know what I mean? Beautiful movies. But this book, you know what I'm saying? You see, you take an illustration, you have a 3D model, and then you just put that 3D model into that pose. See what it looks like. This is what it's all about. when I came across this book, it was a reckoning. I didn't even know. I didn't even know. It's Nicholas Marlette doing these. Sorry. I never look up names, I never look up artists, I never do any of that stuff. I just kinda let the art live, you know? I have no desire to sit there and reach out to these people and be like, hey, you know, fan of your work. Like, I'm alright. Like, I'm busy, I got things to do. No disrespect. Like, I love it. I love the work though. See what I'm saying? Now here I am drawing a dog in a suit. It's crazy what people come up with, right? Like Shifu don't look nothing like this. You know what I mean? He's given like even more old and busted than Master Splinter vibes over here. But it's funny. You know what I mean? Because we got this guy who looks like a teenager compared. You know what I mean? And we're like, what? He's old? Like, nah. This guy is old, right here for sure. What is he, like some sort of like red raccoon or something like that? Like, they're like, yeah, we got a red raccoon who's like 100 years old, and he's the master of the kung fu school. He's the one who trained all of those, the floating snake and the floating tiger and the floating cricket. I'm like, alright, bet. And see, the same concept when I was talking about the simplicity of the panda anatomy here, and the coat and the shapes and the line economy. Now, the simplicity in the shapes here, not really my style. To kind of very much like the robot that I was talking about with the big bolts in the joints and everything like that. Like everything was a bit obtuse and clunky. Same thing, like I see those sort of things, but I do really appreciate, like, you can see like the simple shapes here, but then these extra lines for the creases, they just speak so much more. They speak so much more into this stuff, you know what I'm saying? So not one page is wasted. See what I'm saying? Like, look at all these rabbits. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. This is why I love animation. It's just the play with characters and shapes and all that other stuff. You know what I mean? Had to be incredibly difficult. You know what I mean? To humanize all these animals with all their shapes and everything like that. It just brings a level of difficulty. You know what I mean? In order to get these goats to have these horns, it's like, alright, well, just give them long necks. They're like, but they're not giraffes. And it's like, it's a cartoon, don't worry about it. Like, same thing. You know what I mean? Like, all these characters are so distinct in their own sort of ways. Check this out, man. Not one page is wasted. Look at this. Look at this. You know what I mean? Here I've been streaming for 4 years and I've been drawing all sorts of concepts and characters and craziness, and my project is different from, you know what I mean, different from this. You know what I mean? I do what I need, but check it out. You know what I'm saying? This is what it is. You know what I mean? Once you have a script written out, once you have everything done skis, and then you're just like, alright, now just start making all the dope. Check this out. Like, even looking at these characters' designs, like Monkey doesn't look anything like that Snake. It looks pretty close to that Cricket. I mean, how much you gonna sit there and play with a Cricket? You know what I mean? But Tigress looks just slightly different. You could almost tell what stage they were in development by the way that these characters look. How much closer to their final, you know what I mean, final design are when they were released in theaters. You know what I mean? Like, I'm pretty sure this is almost directly placed into the movie. This shot, like in the beginning, right? Come on, man. Come on, man. Storyboards. These are probably with like the rough 3D models. So after they get all the designs and everything like that, before they start doing like the really pretty perfect polished 3D stuff, like they kind of rough it out real quick and be like, alright, these are what these things, they just slowly inch their way towards the final product. You know what I mean? Like, look at this. Like, look at this. Look at Tai Lung, just beast over there. Look how beautiful all of this is. The use of the cool colors, and then this warm light. You know what I mean? And you got the Furious Five, the good guys, sitting in the warm light, and you got Tai Lung over here out in the cold. See what I'm saying? And you wonder why I experiment with so, you know what I mean, so many colors and things like that with these characters. I mean, at the end of the day, I have a good idea and I try to get directly to it, but sometimes it takes a whole lot of play. See, like, you could tell this was early on, but because all the characters are there, but they don't look anything like they look like. How cool they look, though. Look how cool they look. You know what I mean? Like, I always like to kind of just be like, what would the movie have looked like had it looked like this? You know what I mean? But yeah. Storyboards. Yeah, see? See what I mean? As far as like face emotes, this is kind of what I really wanted to see when I'm talking about like the lips on the dog character, and how I haven't really come across any animal characters yet. This is the reason why I broke out this book. I wanted to see what the animals looked like, how their mouths looked. What treatment were they given? You know what I mean? That's so interesting. It's actually it's a really good touch. So something that's happening with Tigress's lips is where they close. It's kind of giving it a little bit of a shape. Kind of gives her this It's almost like a dimple, almost like a dimple, almost like a beauty mark, almost like a whatchamacallit, almost like a blush. You know what I mean? Very feminine. That's how you can tell the difference between like throwing in little things like that is how you can tell the difference between like a feminine figure and a masculine figure, and being able to tell that with just these simple shapes. How crazy is this that the shape of her face almost looks like a manta ray? Could it be that I've just been drawing too many manta rays lately that they're still on the mind? But like if you look at the wingspan and then the tail here, she almost has like this manta ray-esque shape to her. And once you have that, you can kind of fix and form it to kind of like, it's really interesting. So it's like you have the main body, and then you have like the wings, you know what I mean, or the fins, whatever you want to call that. And obviously that's just to suggest the clothes, you know what I mean. Wow. See, now it's going to be interesting to see Tai Lung, if Tai Lung gets a page like this, which I'm sure he probably will, to see what he did to make Tai Lung look more like a masculine feline, while this is obviously a more feminine looking feline. Dude, not one page gets wasted in this book. See what I'm saying? It's funny. I own all these movies on like digital. I could literally put it on and just start watching it right now, and I don't. I was talking about wanting to watch a Cowboy Bebop later. I'm already staying late with y'all, but if I stay up like late, I might just fall asleep to some Kung Fu Panda tonight, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? One of my favorite scenes in this movie, I know, is in this book. It's probably towards the end though, because the scene is towards the end when Tai Lung is getting released from prison. You know, I was already talking about how Tai Lung is in that cold area of that one shot on the tightrope, the bridge scene, and all the Furious Five are like backlit with all the heat. Same thing when Tai Lung's in that prison, and the prison is all blue and dark and cold, and then there's just that one, like there's just those red lights from up above, like the prison security lights or whatever those things are. And then there's like his whole prison escape sequence with the red and the blues and the colds and the brights and the, you know what I mean. Tai Lung's just this, you know, this gray figure in this dark blue setting. And then you have like I said, like all the red lighting in that scene. Kind of forget it. It's been a while since I watched this movie, but you see why I stay away from this book. See why I stay away from this book. Let me check this out. 3D models and texturing. 3D models and the texturing. Yeah, under the wing, back of the wing. So they're even showing like the difference in the colors. So you have more white feathers on top, and then less light feathers on the underside of the wing, so the wings are darker, so it should create like this really cool effect as far as like the wings being able to create all these shapes, especially in a kung fu movie, you know what I'm saying? You could really play with that shape of the wing. The wing and the folds and the movements. Man. See what I'm saying? Yeah, so this artist is Nicholas Marlette. I need to find the one who did the other, who did the whatchamacallit joint. Let me, you know what I mean, give some props to whomever. Here we go. So what's this one? Previous page. Christophe Lautrec. Pencil and digital paint. So yeah, like this joint right here, the guy who's been doing this style, Christophe Lautrec. And Nicholas Marlette, what is it? A bunch of French artists worked on this one, huh? You know, life is funny like that. You got French artists working on a Chinese thing. But look at this stuff, man. You know what I mean? We even got the Kung Fu Panda cartoon show. Didn't even hold a candle to this. You know what I mean? Didn't hold a candle to the movie, but it was sitting there trying to be like an offshoot of the movie stylistically, and it was like, man, you had an opportunity with all this artwork to make something else, or at least make it look like something else. Look at that. Not a page gets wasted. Wow. Monkey must have been incredibly difficult to figure out. Like, so serious. Do they have one with him smiling? Alright, he's smiling over here. Alright. So funny. Not a page gets wasted. Look at all these beautiful shapes. And everything, all this line work. I mean, I bet you just start with like a straight line and then you figure out the rest from there. You know what I mean? So many of that perfect line that I'm always talking about where it just curves. It's just the simplest curve. All of that is in here. You know what I mean? Creating shapes out of the face here. So he's got like these giant, I don't even know what, you know what I mean? Cheeks, jowls, whatever this stuff is that happens here. So cool. So cool. What a great way to break down the geometry of the face. Because then once you break it down into like 3 shapes, you're like, yo, his head is shaped like a hamburger. It's got the bun, it's got the patty, and then it's got the other bun. You see what I'm saying? And you got some ears poking out. Like, once you figure that out, the rest is history. You squash and stretch the hamburger face out, make it look like a hot dog when he's scrunching down like that. You know what I mean? But yeah, see, that's the other thing. All the turnarounds. It's not even just about the pose and everything like that. It's the direction of the body. What part of the body you're drawing. What does it look like from this angle, from that angle? Like, that's what I love about a lot of these things. This is why I love the whole concept art process of figuring things out. That's why I'm like, yo, I just gotta draw this. I gotta figure it out. And then, because I'm my own client, because I'm drawing all my own stuff for me, I don't necessarily have to go in depth with it, but this guy gets hired to draw these things for someone else, and it's probably somebody who doesn't really understand art as much, and then also has to use these images in the next line of production and all that other stuff. So they got to go extra hard. They got to go extra ham on like doing all these things. So you can see this is what the top of the head looks like from an angle. This is what the bottom of the head looks like from an angle. Like this is what it looks like straight on at a 3/4 angle. So his jowls go like this, well underneath they kind of go like that. So that way your 3D modeler knows to keep the jowl connected to the chest. Because even when he's leaning his head all the way back, the jowl doesn't go up with the head. The jowl stays down and it just stretches this part out. Stuff like that. Like all that stuff needs to be communicated. Where me working for me, I don't need to second guess that stuff. I kind of draw things, and maybe I need to draw some things more than others. But at the end of the day, it's just like, all right, I see where I'm going with this. I see what I'm doing. But it's a lot more difficult when you're an artist drawing for somebody else. And here I am pumping G Mr. Drew on Patreon every day. Let me draw something for you. Part of it is because I like the challenge, and when I say the challenge, I legit mean that. Like, I want to draw. I want to paint something for you. I want something to do something original for you. You know what I mean? So what are you into? What do you want? What do you like? All that good stuff. Yeah, see? Same thing. Once you figure out the basic shapes of what this guy looks like, then it's like, oh, okay, now we're good. Now I'm wondering, did his cheeks look like that? Nah, see? So his face was completely dark. That's what I'm saying. It looked like a hamburger here. But then once you start adding the cheeks and you got like the white fur running up to the nose right there underneath the eyes, see how that breaks that hamburger appeal already? It's a little, it's weird, it's different. And what did they go with? Oh, look at that. They went with a little bit of both, where it's not like completely hamburgerized, but the fur doesn't run all the way to the nose either. They kept a little bit of both. That's probably what they had to decide on. They probably looked at these and were like, these are cool. And then they probably looked at those and said, those are cool too. Which one do you want to go with? Well, what if we do a little bit of both? You know what I mean? And then they landed on this. You know, see how he has 2 eyebrows and not a unibrow here also. There's just like little things, little decisions every now and then. Dude, not one page gets wasted in this book. Master Viper. See, you could tell how early this was in the production, because there wasn't even, like, this is probably a male snake, to be honest. It's not even a female snake yet. And they're like, nah, we're gonna make the snake a female, for sure. You know what I mean? Like, I could only imagine how much fun it was to draw all this stuff. You know what I mean? I used to have a pet snake, but, you know, and all those things that they say about people that own snakes. Say what you want. But look at this. Like, I can only imagine how much fun this is. This is all that, you know what I mean? It's all that tentacle stuff. Except it's a snake. I mean, check this out. You know what I mean? Just pick a shape. Snakes are essentially lines that you can just like roll up, knot up, fix up in any sort of way. Look at all the patterns. Look at all the pattern stuff. Like, look how sick this is with the kanji written on it. You know what I mean? Like she's just tatted from head to toe with the Chinese symbols. You know what I mean? Forget about getting like cheetah splice genes on you, so that way you could just have like natural cheetah print on your skin. Imagine being able to just like have kanji written all up and down your body, hieroglyphics, whatever you want. But like, you know what I mean? How cool is that? I don't even know if they did that at the end of the movie in her final design. Huh. Or did she just look like a snake? Or did they kind of combine the two? Did they do that? Maybe they just combined the two. Oh look, she's got an umbrella. Dude, why didn't I break this book out when I was messing with the umbrella character? I could have had some fun with that. Maybe I do that. Maybe I do that. You see what I'm saying? We never, dude. Why didn't we get the fighting game? Like, look at these angles right here. These are 2D fighting game. You know what I mean? Angles right here. So cool. So cool. Are these done digitally or nah? Pencil and marker. Pencil and marker. And honestly, to get these white designs in there like this, they're probably with a little bit of acrylic paint marker as well. Beautiful. Dude, not one page gets wasted in this book. So is this more like her final design? But you see what I'm saying? Like, I don't even really remember. The only thing I remember about her design is she had those little Chun-Li cherry blossoms on her head, which gave her this like really cool look as far as like snakes go. You know what I mean? That's another difficulty thing that like people have to do as designs, is like to make things look good. It's not like the easiest thing to just like finalize something and have something that just works. But like once you find it, you know you found it. And it's like, yeah, they got a snake and they made the snake look this good. Like that could be a statue right there. It probably is, to be honest. But I bet that statue is probably sitting in the DreamWorks office somewhere. You know what I mean? When they're giving people the tour. Yo, DreamWorks, give me a tour of the place. You know what I'm saying? Alright. But yeah. So you can see how like me in my late teens, because I graduated with my bachelor's when I was 21, so I spent I was still in my late teens in college. You know what I mean? Late teens, early 20s, the earliest of 20s. You can see how 15 years ago me came across this book. I was like, say what? But like, can I keep this? And then I had to go and sit there and spend a small fortune that I couldn't afford in order to get this book used, not even brand new. Probably bought it from another library. Probably has like a library card on the back cover. Who knows? But yeah, like even this, man, Praying Mantis. Ooh, I can have fun with this character too. I could do some fun stuff with this character too. And this is what I love, man, because you could take a Praying Mantis and then just like make the simplest of shapes with it. I mean, it looks like a pen at the end of the day, right here, right? Like it looked like a little clicky pen. But like, you know what I mean? To sit there and take something that has 6 limbs and then like all right, now have fun. It's like, oh Jesus, make it good. You know? Mantis does everything big to compensate for his size, like breaking buildings instead of just boards. And that's what's up. Master Oogway, one of the more interesting characters. I always liked Oogway's design because of his shell, the way, you know what I mean, just the way that the shell was oriented around his yeah, whatever. You'll see. I don't know what you call that. where the head comes out of the shell, like this part right here. Like, he always had a great design. Like, look how cool this stuff is. Even the use of like the cool colors, like for the scales, stuff like that. And look at that, storyboards. The simplest of storyboards. Look how simple these storyboards are. See what I'm saying? Look at that, it looks like a seashell. Like, I love it. Oh snap, Tai Lung. So we're gonna see, now we got Tigress. We got Tigress's, you know, more feminine looking face. I'm gonna look forward to seeing if we're gonna get like a Tai Lung like face breakdown like we got with Tigress. I'd love to see that. Oh, dang, I guess not all the babies is gonna look good, right? Dang. Looking like a grown man as a baby. Come on, man. Come on, man. You were born looking like a grown man. Come on. Yeah, see? Incredibly different. Let's see. Here goes that early concept of them again. You could see this design and be like, yeah, I guess it makes sense. You know, it being a kung fu movie and him being a snow leopard, you just kind of have this snow leopard looking kung fu dude. But then, you know what I mean? You run it through some iterations. And I mean, look at this piece of concept art with all these snow leopards in it. See what I'm saying? Like, you could tell that it was early on. Just because it's like, oh, it wasn't, I mean, I don't think there was a whole clan of snow leopards in the movie, right? Like, especially since I guess they're a little bit more of a solitary cat anyways. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you don't see packs of tigers together. Like in a zoo, you do. But like out in the wild, like these big cats, pretty solitary. Like, look how crazy different he looks. Like, Tigress just had her head, and her head got cropped to the clothing. And if you know, if you're able to recall what her final design looked like, yeah, her clothes went directly up to her I don't know, fur. What do you call that fur? The cheek fur. You know what I mean? But like, look at this guy. Like, this is, you know what I mean? That's his cheek fur right here. And if you recall, she had like that manta ray look. He ain't got no manta ray look. He looked more like an eel at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Like, kind of has like an eel thing going on, like Ursula's little eels without like the eel face though. Powerful. Dang. Nah, that's all we get. That's all we get. Yo. Not one page gets wasted. Look at these. Look at these storyboards. Look at these storyboards on animation paper. You see these pegs down here on this paper? You see these pegs that I have on my joint right here? I got some of this paper. You know what I mean? This is where everything is leading, by the way. Me working on the comic book, and me giving comic book the priority. Why do you think that is? So that I can get here. I mean, look at this. Not one page gets wasted. Here we go. Here's some more drawings. I didn't think we were gonna get them. Dude, I love this artist's work as far as like using the orange to draw, the black to like really provide like the definition and things, but then the cool blue color to kind of just give a little bit of like accent details and stuff like that. Yeah, see, check out that, and then check out this. See what I'm saying? Like someone just took this sketch and then did this with it. Dang. Got that light bulb shaped head. Then you got that eel neck. It's crazy. Dude, how crazy is that movie at the end when his eyes are glowing like that? Tai Lung's army. Yeah, but there were no other like male cats in there, right? Like whoever these cats were. But there was like a bunch of like other animals. Yeah. Like even these animals, like check it out. You know what I mean? So cool. Crazy. Not one page gets wasted in this book. Now, how you gonna have this little pig running away from all these characters? How? So mean. So mean. Yo, look at this. Oh snap, is this the original idea for Master Boar? He had 6 arms. They had the Master Boar looking like Goro. 4-armed yak, early concept. Frog, early concept. Okay. Wow. See, that's them having some fun. You know what I mean? That's like me drawing a Cyber Akuma. You know what I mean? Ain't nothing but pure fun. I don't recall if the Master Boar had 6 arms in the movie. I'm pretty sure he was just regular. But they did end up with a Master Boar. Oh man. Wasn't the Rhino voiced by Michael Clark Duncan? Dang. You know what I mean? You could hear the voice. You could hear the voice. Just looking at the character, right? Dang. That's funny. Like even this, man. Look how cool this looks. This has like nothing going on in it. It's just a piece of like random wall graphic. You know what I mean? You could be walking, you could be walking in the airport and walk by a wall that looks like that. Not one page gets wasted. Like look at this thing right here. A little bit more psychedelic, but still. Yeah. Concept art is something else, man. You could tell they took a picture, faded it out, drew it, you know what I mean, put it over here, use these buildings like they're buildings, have some building over here, draw some stuff, just splash, make noise, you know what I mean, make it look like one of those old Asian paintings where the atmosphere and the fog drowned out the mountains, making them look like clouds and stuff. Like, come on, man. But the character, dark, sharp, focused, you know what I mean? There's no question as to what you're looking at. That's just beautiful. Even these designs right here, I was like, yo, Poe never looked like this. You know what I mean? Storyboards. Storyboards. You know what I mean? These are probably more like color or whatever, making sure that like whatever is going to be seen can be seen. So we want to color this scene like this. So how do we make it look a certain way? How do we make a red scene look bright? How do we make a red scene look dark? You know, things like that. Like little color tests. Oh yeah, see? Like look, this page is bent. Because it was a used book, still cost an arm and a leg. And what do we got? Yeah, Poe never looked like this. Which I guess is like the point of the movie, but still, Poe never looked like this. They did their best. But like, stylistically, look at this, and I'll look at like the render. You go back to looking at this, go back to looking at the render. You know what I mean? There's just a loss that happens when you go from 2D to 3D. You know what I mean? Yeah, they were having fun here. It's a world in which anything can happen, even a panda being a great kung fu master. Wow. Not one page gets wasted. We're over 100 pages in. We're over 100 pages in. Not one page has gotten wasted. You could see, like, I could recall this exactly as it happened in the movie. Like, how funny was that? It's so extreme. Wow. Dang.
I can't be cool.
Yeah, beautiful. Interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I can't wait to show y'all like concept art that I'm gonna need to draw. Like, because I'm so far ahead in the story, as far as like storyboarding it out, writing out the script and all that, like the writing portion, I'm so far ahead. And you know, a lot of what I want to do, as far as like opening up the world and everything like that, is, you know what I mean, have things and places and all that stuff like look different. And it's like, man, y'all don't even know, especially since we're getting away from the outskirts of the world and we're starting to drive closer to the you know what I mean, to the mainland of the story and all that other stuff. And now that I'm working on like story concepts, dude, check out this one. What is this? Not Marvel vs. Capcom, or is it Marvel vs. Capcom, or is it like X-Men vs. Street Fighter, or Marvel vs. Street Fighter? What's that stage? You know what I mean, with the big golden Buddha statue. What are we doing? So cool. Look at how epic all this is. Is this supposed to be the Valley of Peace early concept? I'm trying to think if this is the school, the kung fu school, because you can kind of see like the tree up top where they always meet up at and all that stuff. Oh well.
I can't be cool.
Look at that one. Not one page. Not one page. Oh, look at. Hey, there goes my bookmark. Look at me. Look at me leaving bookmarks in places like I'm actually reading these things. Gotta read books, yo. Interesting. So look at them running color tests, running like bark colors, tree colors, giving a atmospheric tone, all that stuff, tree styles, you know what I mean? Looking at what the nature and everything is going to look like since they're putting in all these buildings with the trees and all that other stuff. Look how beautiful this one is. I mean, that is a piece of work right there. Tree. So crazy. Uguay's disappearance effects signifies how our team has been able to take on high-level concepts and work together across departments in achieving a truly unique look and experience. Yeah, I always liked Uguay's design. Very reminiscent of the original Ninja Turtle design, funny enough. I wonder if anybody ever talks about that. You know, if you look at the original Ninja Turtle sketch, before the Ninja Turtles were made and published and all that other stuff, it looked a lot like Uguay, just less old, you know? Could you imagine if the Turtles were released looking like this? You know what I mean? Not that it's a bad look. Not that it's a bad look. Oh yeah. So look, they're storyboarding out. So yeah, the effects. Look at the effects team cooking. The rope bridge. Epic. Dude. Like, yeah. Storyboards. Dang, they got a gorilla on there. Look how early that was. Tai Lung fights gorilla, early rope bridge concept. Yeah. So they were like, yo, something epic has to happen. He has to come across this rope bridge and he has to fight somebody. Well, let's put a gorilla in the way, show off his strength. You know what I mean? If we can have him defeat a gorilla. And then they were like, they did away with that. They're like, we like the rope bridge, but we don't know about the gorilla. He's not one of the Furious Five. It's all about the Furious Five. Alright, let's have him fight the Furious Five on the rope bridge. But why are they there? Yeah. You know what I mean? Write it in. We'll figure it out. You know what I mean? That's another good part about these concept art books is you get to see the early concepts and things like that. That's why I like the cyberpunk concept art book, because it's very beautiful, but it's so finalized that it's like, man, I really want to see what the early things were, that like the ideas that got thrown away, the ideas that didn't get to live and all that other stuff. Not that I'm saying I wanted to see Tai Lung fight a gorilla on the bridge scene, like I think it's great the way that it happened, but it's interesting to know that that was a thing. And then they were like, we could do it better. And they did. You know what I mean? Unless they were going to make one of a gorilla one of the Furious Five, but out of all, even the early pieces, you never saw a gorilla as the Furious Five. Like, it was always those same animals and Bug. And yeah. So that was like a random gorilla guard, and they were just like, nah. Like, have him fight one of the Furious Five, and they're like, have him fight all of them. You know what I mean? Look at that. The noodle shop. See 3D models, now all this stuff. Like, look how, you know what I mean? Beautiful architecture. Things that I'll never understand, and you know what I mean? Definitely got to get better at this sort of thing. Yeah. Even drawing scenes like this is always interesting to me. Just because I would never draw something like that, so then when I have to, it's like, you know what I mean? I gotta jump so far out of my comfort zone just to, you know what I mean? Just to have an inkling of anything to do. You know what I mean? Now, had you asked me 10, 15 years ago to draw something like that, but here we are. Wow. Let's see. Things are beautiful. This is probably more like 3D textures of like tapestry and stuff like that. Very reminiscent of the Bloodborne capes and the designs on those capes when you see them like just straight up laid out like this. It's probably like a texture. It's beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah. Where all the ceremony takes place. Oh, this is the temple. I don't even know if I ever recognized that at the temple. Like, this is where Tai Lung faces off against Shifu at the end. When, you know what I mean, they're fighting over the scroll. Like, it starts at the temple. I don't know if I ever noticed, like, golden dragons over there by the, what is that, the pool area? There's, like, some water over here somewhere or something like that. The pool area. You know what I mean. Yeah, I own those the first 3 movies. Haven't watched them. The second movie is also beautiful. I don't have the books for the second movies or anything like that. Like, I'm sure I added them to my wish list. You know what I mean? Somewhere on my socials I have my wish list there. Y'all can go ahead and check out my wish list and buy something. I'm just messing with y'all. You don't gotta do that. Yeah. Let's see. Wow. See, like, you could tell that that's just one of her face drawings that they took from that face sketchbook thing, and then they just added the body in there once they finalized the design and everything. Got some decent artwork done and in there. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. The training thing. They got the ducks down here, like mechanically operating the little gymnasium for them. I don't know if they had ducks operating them in the movie. I think they were just mechanically driven. You know, you pressed a button and it went. They didn't have like a team of ducks. That's funny though. That's funny though. Yeah. Not one page is wasted. Training montage. Udon Mountain. Oh, this is where he gets his Rocky moment with Shifu, while Tai Lung is facing off against the Furious Five on the bridge or something like that. Yeah. Look at the storyboards. See what I mean? Look at how rough these storyboards are compared to the final product. You just got to be able to tell the story, right? With these things. And as long as you can tell the difference between, what is he, a raccoon? And then and the panda. And then all of a sudden it's like, alright, you know, we're good. Looking like Jerry Mouse over here. But yeah. That's essentially all I'm doing. I'm doing enough concept artwork so that way I could draw these things just a little bit more, a little bit more closer to the final thing. Oh, the prison. See, this is exactly what I was talking about. And look, we are at the end of the book. I told you it was probably gonna be at the end. How cold this joint is. It's all blue. Storyboards. Look at the oh, that is sick. I didn't see. Y'all saw where my bookmark was. I didn't get to this part of the book yet. That is sick. The prison. The cuffs that they put him in was a turtle shell. Like Master Oogway. Like, you know what I mean? And he sat there for however many years just to be like reminded every second of every day for years on end. Like, Oogway put you in this prison. It's like a mental prison, really, right? I never recognized that was a turtle shell. Oh my god. That's so messed up. That's so messed up. Oh, buddy. That's rough. Oh, that's rough. Yo. Yeah, see, this is the part that I was talking about as far as like all the dark blues and the bright reds. I kind of forget the reasoning that it happened, but I was like, why were all the arrows red again? It was like because of lighting, but I was like, oh yeah, I guess stylistically you could make it happen, but realistically it wouldn't like look like that, but it looks super dope, right? Like it has that Samurai Jack-esque type of graphic novel, or you know what I mean, just graphic design feeling to it. And you just throw in Tai Lung's glowing yellow eyes, and then all of a sudden you got yourself a primary color heaven. Like, it'd be worth watching that movie just for that scene alone. Now I want to see that turtle shell, because I never knew that that's what that was. That's rough, man. This must be an early concept when he like goes to recruit his old gang or something like that. Let's see, on the far right, Bandit Inn, early concept. Yeah, I was gonna say, because this never happens. Tai Lung never stops to visit anyone. He goes straight for Oogway, and Oogway already gone. You're gone. You're gone. Poor Tai Lung had to go and take it out on Shifu. And Shifu said, "Yo, check out this panda though." This is interesting, right here. Wow. See, this is why I need to draw these things. Did I do that on accident? I did. I did do that on accident. So I'm looking at this, but I'm thinking about this. Let me show y'all something. Early joints. Yeah. So I'm looking at that, but I'm thinking about this when I worked on this piece right here. Look at this. This is back in February 2021. I did that on accident. So what you're not seeing is the statues that are around the corners of the opening here, and also the rest of the structure that's actually happening here, things like that, you know. But you know, there's like a whole thing, there's a whole narrative there. And thinking about those statues, I ended up finally, I guess, working on them about a month later. Finally got around to working on them here. I was still drawing with the red and blue pencils back in these days, and the camera was barely able to pick them up. But yeah, I have not gotten to any single one of these characters yet. I haven't gotten to any of these characters yet. That's so interesting. But yeah. See what I'm saying? So I'm thinking about these, that environment with these statues. Well, I'm looking at like this environment with these statues, and I was just like, I didn't know that when I drew that. Hold on, man, this is just some of that, like, you know what I'm saying, sort of like similar thinking but not the same but kind of different sort of thing happening that's going on right here right now. Hold on, man. Like, because I mean, even the angles are very similar, but yeah, this is more of a, you know what I mean, like a stage, a training stage, where who knows who's doing what, if this is supposed to be, because you got Tai Lung way over here, so it's not like Po is fighting Tai Lung, and it's not like everyone's fighting. So this could be them training. And while they're training, Tai Lung is going after them. Something like that. But look, they got like a crocodile and a gorilla, and then like 3 of those snow leopard cats, maybe, perhaps. Oh, that's Crane. That's not Poe. That's Crane and Tigress fighting. And they got some other animals there. Maybe this was supposed to be the big showdown. And then they changed it. They never used this. Yeah, let's see. Early concept, early concept, early concept. They never used any of these. Whoa. This is crazy. See, I didn't get to... I've already gone through this book like 100 times, but I never got around to reading this part. Like, that's why the bookmark was in there, because, you know what I mean? I was actually like reading this book. You know what I mean? Where I read every page, every word on every page, and things like that. When we needed a desolate location for Tai Lung's training, we asked art to create something vaguely mystical, like an ancient Chinese Stonehenge, to make the world feel like it had more history. Very interesting. So yeah, even though I've looked at this 100 times, I never really paid attention to it. But I like this. Like, even this, like check out this little piece down here. Like, they got, looks like a face with like some lava, you know, and but again with the cools and the warms, the cold, the heat, you know, the bright, the dark. But it looks like almost looks like an animal right here, you know what I mean? Like, so if this is the mouth. Wow. But who knows? Who knows what any of this is? Early concept stuff that they never used. Interesting. And yeah, see, you could tell that like these are early concepts, because like I said, he never went and recruited like an old army or anything like that. He didn't show up like Buddy from 300 on the giant palanquin or whatever that thing was that he was being carried on by however many people. You know, the gold buddy from 300. What Xerxes? Look at Tai Lung pulling up. Tai Lung pulled up like Xerxes, yo. Talking about, am I not fantastic? Or am I not fantabulous? Or whatever he's whatever he said. Yeah, look at the DreamWorks Studios. Look at all these people that worked on all this stuff. Tight. Yo, DreamWorks, give me a job. How about that? Nah, you don't have to give me a job. I'll just keep asking. Yeah, that's tight. So yeah, they were gonna do a whole showdown with the 5 of them versus an army, which would be interesting. Like if you were gonna do, and they probably did something similar to that, like in the sequels and stuff like that, where dang, did anything? Nah. Nothing in there for me. Like I said, used book. Whatever was in that envelope was not meant for me, right? This book started it all. Don't blame me. Don't blame me. Blame this book. Don't even blame DreamWorks. Don't even blame the Kung Fu Panda franchise. You could just blame this entire book. Concept art books. Take note. Publishers, take note. Who did this one? Miller Zarnicki. Alright. Publishers. If you're publishing concept art books for any sort of entertainment media, take note. This is the book. This book is the Bible as far as what a concept art book is. They have early concepts that they never used in here. They have character designs in here, storyboards in here that they didn't shy away from. They put in the good storyboards. They have fantastic art that never saw the light of day outside of this book. How many people are out there, how many, like, whatever, even with their concept art books, are still holding back. They're still holding back the early concepts. They're still holding back the work of the artists that, you know what I mean, like did the really super early rough renders of just trying to figure out how to simplify the shape of a panda. You know what I mean? Like, concept art books, publishers. Okay? All of you need one of these books in your offices, and every time you go to make and publish an art book, you gotta be like, this is what we want to do. Because this book is what got it all started. Don't blame me. Don't blame me. Oh, yeah, I gotta go put that bookmark back in that page. I remember what page it is. I ain't never put lips on a dog before. Yo. What are we doing? The dire wolf came back. The dire wolf came back, chat. They got teeth. Yo, where's my sound? Where's my music? What's going on? Why is it so low? What are we doing? Oh, that's why. What happened? Give me that. Nah, don't give me that. Oh, what happened? Where's my? You know what I'm saying? There we go. What happened? What did we do? Not that I'm gonna need that, but hey, this is how we're living. Alright. Wow. I love it. How we doing this? Well, yeah, everything. Still good? Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, someone's gonna gene splice himself into being a panda and really bring the Kung Fu Panda into live action form. Coming to you soon in year 2954. How long have you been going? Alright. Hmm. What are we doing? Hmm. Let's have this. There we go. Hmm. Hmm. Alright, let me see if I can get something. It's so funny. Here we go. Hey, I'm not mad at these. You know, definitely not mad at these. Alright, let's do this. Let me see. There we go. Here we go. There we go. I just need to kind of focus on, not, I suppose. Maybe that's something that I'm missing as well. It's so funny. I immediately want to watch Ballad of Fallen Angels again. few things. It says I kind of at least wanted to get one with the whole body in here. So that something I was running into was the without getting a full scale of this character is the size of the shoulders and you know what I mean, hands, limbs, arms, all that stuff. Like, kind of got to get everything right. Hmm. Hmm. See the proportions on this dog. It's fixed with the quickness. It's fixed right quick. Looking like Alex Jones over there. I got the documents. Yeah, see, something else that I'm missing is this joint right here. it's gonna be a whole nother fun exercise. Where are we at? We just hit 7. Look at that, 7 on the dot. Look at me staying late for y'all. Alright, what are we doing? We're ending this one. Dire Wolves are back, y'all. I don't know what to tell you. I want to thank y'all for stopping by. Thank you for watching. It means the world to me if you catch these things live, but it means even more to me that, you know what I mean? I shouldn't say it means even more, but y'all know what I'm saying. Y'all catching these, watching these videos, I'm seeing it. So I appreciate y'all as well. I understand can't everybody make everything live, right? And then, what do we got? That's it. I'm G Mr. Drew. It's at G Mr. Drew on all socials. Follow, like, subscribe, all that good stuff. GMrDrew.art, the website. Link is right there. You've been looking at it all night. And yeah, check it out. Check out everything that's in there. I got merch stores. Get some dope merch. I got the Patreon. New post just went up today, last night. I just put a new post up, you know what I mean, very recently. Check out the Patreon, get a commission, you know what I'm saying? I want to paint something for you. And then, what else did we got? The OnlyFans, 50% off, you know what it is. Outside of that, love y'all.